you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. The microphones are live. We will be getting started in about 2 minutes. I think I'm still waiting for a few members to show up. Thank you. Good morning, aloha, and thank you for coming in person and remotely. This is the 17th meeting of the Fuel Tank Advisory Committee meeting. Sorry. Today is Thursday, April 9th, 2026. It is now 9:02 a.m. My name is Joanna Seto, and I am the FTAC chairperson for this meeting. We are holding this meeting as a hybrid meeting in the Department of Health, Environmental Health Administration Conference Room located at 2827 Waimano Home Road, number 100, Pearl City, Hawaii, and via Teams. This meeting can also be viewed live on Teams at the link on today's agenda or heard via phone at the number on today's agenda. The duties of the FTAC are listed in Hawaii Revised Statutes, section 342L-62. Please see page 3 of the agenda for the full list. I am now going to take roll call of the FTAC members in attendance. If you are participating remotely, please indicate whether anyone is in the room with you. From U.S. Senator Brian Schatz's designee, I don't believe we have anyone. Mr. Craig O'Brien, U.S. Senator Mazie Hirono's designee.
Yes, I am here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much.
Sorry, are you also in the room alone?
Yes, sorry, I am in the room alone, and I did RSVP to attend in person, but given the weather and then a change in my morning routine, I'm here remotely now, and I am solo.
All right, thank you very much. U.S. Representative Ed Case's designee. U.S. Representative Jill Tokuda's designee. Sophia Karl, Hawaii Senator Mike Gabbard's designee. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Okay, I see logged in. Continuing on, Hawaii Representative Nicole Lowen. Okay. Next, we have Keala Richardson from the Board of Land and Natural Resources Chairperson's designee.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Ernie Lau, Honolulu Board of Water Supply Chairperson's designee.
Present. Sorry to be late, folks.
Thank you. We just got started. Commission on Water Resource Management Chairperson's designee. Not here. U.S. Army Pacific Commanding General's designee. Rear Admiral Lester Ortiz, Pacific Fleet of the U.S. Navy Commander's designee.
Present.
Thank you. Pacific Air Force's Commander's designee. Claire Trombadore, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency representative. Claire, if you can come off mute. Are they not?
Mic is enabled.
Okay.
Present, but I cannot turn my camera on. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll work on that. Thank you for that notice, Claire. Dr. Melanie Lau, Governor's Public Appointee. Ashley Nishihara, Governor's Public Appointee. And myself for the DOH Chair. Mahalo members. Now passing the floor to Michael Montoya, who is our FTAC facilitator.
Good morning. Thank you for attending and thank you for your attention. I'm going to review the agenda, talk about the facilitation format of the meeting, and discuss some suggested ground rules that I will be managing today. Presentations today will follow, you're seeing the slides, the Navy Closure Task Force, Red Hill. There will be a section in the agenda about the Red Hill regulatory oversight. There will be a presentation on the NASEM consensus study. The break, we'll see how time progresses. We may take it at some time, maybe before the NASEM presentation, or it might be where it is currently on this agenda. And then the last section will be the other field constructed underground fuel storage tanks. After each of those sections, there will be a brief period for public comments. Public comments will be limited to the topics of that section. If you have comments that you are not related to that section particularly, or you missed your chance, the sign-up sheets are on the table right there. But we'll ask that you defer until the public comment period, which will be at the end of today's meeting. And the same rule applies for that public comment period, which is a 2-minute limit. I'll give you a 10-second warning, and really will depend on how many people are really interested in making a comment or asking a question. On that, during the public comment period, there is not an expectation that the FTAC members will respond to a question or a comment. And so that it may or may not happen, and it will really depend on the FTAC members, but it is encouraged in the interest of time that we hear from as many people as possible, as many different people as possible, and that there are other opportunities, one-on-one email open houses, where you could actually engage in a lengthy dialogue in person with any member of the FTAC. So, public comment, sign up. Over here, there are sign-up sheets, and they are broken down by section in the agenda. So if you already know there's something on this agenda that you are interested in making a comment about or asking a question, please feel free to make your way and do that sign up now. And if you're not sure, you can sign up for the end of the meeting, sign up. But we will then, that sign-up sheet will be handed to me, and then between that and the virtual signups, we'll toggle back and forth. If you are virtual, please raise your hand and wait for us to call your name, and Kellyanne will be doing that from here at the corner. You may also submit written comments through email at any time to roxanne.kwan@doh.hawaii.gov. And then just please identify yourself and your affiliation before you make a statement, so that we can have a record of who is speaking at any particular time. All right, meeting ground rules. So please be succinct. I will attempt to provide as much leeway, but one of my tasks is that we get through the agenda and that we stay on the agenda and that the time is carefully and closely managed. So please be succinct, as succinct as you can. Be courteous, be professional. As we work through the agenda, there may be differences. That means interruptions are encouraged. Back and forth, side conversations also discouraged. I think we all know what courteous means. Be mindful of what's on the agenda proper. So there's many different topics to be discussed today, that will be presented on today, that need to be presented on today, that have been planned to be presented today. So there's, and as we all know, there are many other topics that could possibly come up that people may have on their minds. It is one of my tasks to help us stay on the agenda so that those who did all the work to prepare for today's meeting, make those presentations, have the opportunity, and anybody that came prepared with comments on those particular agenda items have their opportunity to have to be heard and make their comments on that. So I will attempt to gently remind us if we veer down a rabbit hole or three that is off the agenda. And then as facilitator, in addition to monitoring the agenda and the timing, I just want to reiterate that specific comments or questions during the multiple public comments period may or may not be responded to or engaged with by FTAC members. There are many constraints to why comments may or may not be able to be responded to. Among them are legal, technical, scientific. Some things just maybe aren't known yet or right now. So that is among the reasons. During the public comment periods, the 2 minutes, I will, as I mentioned, give you kind of a 10-second warning. And after that, let you know when time is up. But there's a little bit of leeway there. I'll be seeing if Chair Seto is kicking me under the table to tell me that we need to move on. What I will attempt to do is call on questions in order, but because we are virtual today, that I will toggle back and forth between virtual and in person. We are a larger virtual group today, so I imagine there will be quite a bit of virtual engagement if there is engagement. So we'll be monitoring the virtual speakers at that time. During someone's presentation or during a comment period, I may ask someone to restate the question. I may restate it myself and make sure that I understood it, pausing a beat to ensure that everybody hears the comment that's being made. If a presenter says something and it's at the end and there is an opportunity and it's not quite clear, I may take the liberty to ask for a clarification. Hopefully that won't be needed, but it just might just help facilitate the conversation and understanding by all. For those in the room, a bit of housekeeping. The restrooms are just out the door here to my left, and then you take an immediate left and they are there on both sides at the end of that very short hallway. And as a final reminder, if you make a comment and we are recording, not recording, but the owl here is able to hear, I believe, even at the back of the room. So please do state your name and your affiliation before you ask a question and or make or begin a presentation. So without further ado, we can now move to the first section of the agenda, which is the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facilities. Will the representatives from the Navy who will be making that presentation please come forward?
Aloha, Chair and fellow committee members. I am Rear Admiral Lester Ortiz. I officially took the helm as Deputy Commander for Navy Closure Task Force Red Hill this past January. My transition with Rear Admiral Williams was deliberate and thorough to ensure stability of our team, our partners, and the community. It is a privilege to join you today, not just as a briefer, but also as a formal member of this committee representing the U.S. Pacific Fleet. I am humbled by the responsibility of this seat and look forward to working alongside each of you to ensure our actions match our commitments and achieve FTAC mission. My focus remains the mission at hand, the safe and expeditious decommissioning of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility and the continued rigorous environmental remediation of the site. I am a Navy civil engineer. Through many years of leading civies, I have developed a leadership approach rooted in operational discipline and accountability. While the complexities of these infrastructures are unique, My commitment to rigorous oversight and environmental stewardship is deeply personal. As a native of Puerto Rico, I recognize that protecting our national resources is a fundamental responsibility. I lead this team with a sense of duty and a deep respect of the land and water that sustain us all, as I am at home. I believe that transparency is the foundation of trust. To me, that means sharing the procedures we are implementing, which are validated by our regulatory partners, and ensuring data remains open and available to the public. It means being open about our challenges, clear about our timelines, and proactive in our communication. My goal is to ensure this committee and the community have the clarity they deserve at every stage. I acknowledge that past events have caused trauma in our community. My commitment to a safe and transparent mission is rock solid. It is a priority for me, and it is part of our mission. With me today, Captain Robert Clement, our Facilities and Operations Director, and a regular of this forum, Commander Ben Dunn, Environmental and Remediation Deputy. I will now turn the floor over to Captain Clement to discuss current decommissioning operations. Next slide, please.
Thank you, sir. My introduction, Captain Rob Kleiman, Director of Facilities and Operations. So this is my first time briefing at FTAC, although I was in the audience last October. I'm also not new to the Red Hill conversation. My wife and I, we moved back to Hawaii, Oahu, about 5 years ago. And shortly after arriving was November 2021, the fuel release that contaminated the water system. And although I was not part of the organization that responded at the time, my role was shifted to support the emergency response and recovery. So I was part of the Red Hill response mission for about 7 months or 8 months out front. And then I shifted to become the Public Works Director at Joint Base Culver Hickam for 3 years, and recently came back to the Red Hill mission to close the facility this last summer, so July 2025. So been around the conversation of Red Hill and emergency response to supporting to now being part of closure for the last 5 years. So with that, I'll go into talking about give you an update on the decommissioning process, which is really about the facilities. Okay, thank you. Since that last FTAC meeting in October, we've made progress. Continue to make progress, but bottom line, we remain on plan to close the facility and decommission facility in accordance with approved regulatory planning schedules. Up here on the screen right now is one of 2 dashboards we use to graphically show our progress with our decommission efforts, but this one being about tank cleaning, and the next one will be about pipeline removal. And we regularly update these dashboards both on our website and our mobile app. So I encourage folks that might be watching to go to our websites to have an operational dashboard or mobile app if you'd like to see progress. In addition, each dashboard includes a running total of the residual fuel captured. Again, as a reminder, this is after Joint Task Force Red Hill was stood up. They defueled the facility with about 104 million gallons of fuel, and that was all gravity defueled. There was a small amount of residual that might have been caught in like a low point spot or caught in a valve or a connection point. And so as we decommission the facility, both in tank cleaning and pipeline removal, we show you by the gallon how much fuel had been captured during that process. Since our last update in October, we have moved into 2 more tanks, and so now we're in the cleaning process of 10 tanks. As a quick refresh, there's 20 storage tanks up at Red Hill. 14 of those were in service and had fuel when the decision was made to close Red Hill. So 6 tanks were not in service, and those 6 tanks are grayed out on the graphic. And so of the 14 tanks, again, we are now in the cleaning process of 10 of those tanks. Since last October, we have also completed pressure washing 2 tanks, and we're actively pressure washing 2 more right now. I will kind of go through each of these steps in broad strokes, but if you want more detail, the QR code, or you can go to our website and give you a little more breakdown, what goes into each step along the phase. Those are self-defined steps to show we can track progress and milestones. So step 1 is the preparation phase. Now, this is a major element the major element of this phase is really conducting degassing. When each tank was defueled, there was, they were closed and sealed off, and so they're full of fumes. And so that first step is really making it safe to enter so people can go in. That's introducing fresh air That's mixing it with the volatile, the fumes, and degassing. And during that phase, we're doing active air monitoring. And since we've been doing ventilation operations since May 2024, we've had no elevated air quality readings outside the facility. And we're currently degassing tank 12, as you can see on step 1. Step 2 is about getting the tank ready to be washed. This includes the structural inspection of the interior composite tank. This is the center tower and catwalk. Conducting necessary repairs identified during the inspection so that ultimately we can hang booms on that facility. The interior of each tank is about 2 acres of surface area. Because they're about 250 feet tall, 100 feet in diameter, so about 2 acres of interior surface area in each tank. And we pressure wash every square inch of that tank and interior flow. So we have to install booms so the personnel can operate right next to the tank. So safety is paramount in everything we do. So take it very, very deliberately here. And then we also remove any residual sludge. So part of the gravity fueling, there was a little bit of sludge in the bottom of each tank. Of the 8 tanks that we removed sludge, we captured about 390 gallons. So you can think about 50 gallons of sludge, think about 1 barrel of sludge per tank. Step 3 is really about the pressure washing. We just recently completed pressure washing tank 3, and we are actively pressure washing tanks 2 and 4 right now. And the last step is step 4 is really obtaining regulatory concurrence on the cleaning process, which is we have four tanks in that step. And I will remind everybody that the pressure washing water we use is actually the rim state. It's actually water that comes from the Red Hill shaft. Instead of going portion of that, instead of diverting to from a lava stream, it goes in a tank, and then we use that for the pressure washing. So it's not taking any new water from off the pressure washing, and all the rim state or the wash water is captured into a tank that is evaluated, tested, and properly disposed of, and doesn't enter the environment. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, this slide shows the status of our pipeline cleaning. We are also, just for awareness, we are developing a modified version of this because we are very close to starting pipeline removal. And so this slide will transition as we start to take pipe out, and so you can graphically see progress on that effort. But just a reminder for most people that might or might not be aware, the Red Hill facility is about 3 miles from Pearl Harbor proper, and that was connected with 3 fuel pipelines. So if you were to add those 3 lines plus all the piping that was below the tank gallery, you got a little over 11 miles of actual pipe. So if you connect that visually, that go from Pearl Harbor to Spadina Head. So prior to us actually removing the pipes and cutting them, we go through a process to clean them, or we call pigging, which is running a foam-sized cylinder through the pipes to capture any residual fuel or sludge that might have been caught, didn't come out during gravity fueling. So those that know potato guns, it's kind of like just shoving a oversized thing through it, and that kind of either push or pulled, and then along the way we have an opening at the end that then captures any of the residual, and then the pipes are left open to ventilate as they are now. So ultimately be certified before they're cut, from the safety perspective. Once we finish pigging, which we're very close to finishing at 93% overall, we'll start then cutting the pipe, and that will entail over 6,000 individual cuts. There's about on average about 9-foot sections, and get over 11 miles of pipe. So at that phase will be safety, as Emma talked about, is going to be paramount. Doing it right is paramount. And so we have a lot of oversight from the contractors and ourselves to just be very, very deliberate through that phase. And as illustrated on the slide, we captured about 2,500 gallons of residual fuel through that. So if you combine the fuel captured during pipeline removal and tank cleaning, you've got 5,500 gallons of fuel that's been captured and disposed of properly during these 2 processes. And then finally, once we remove the pipes from the facility, the pipes will go to the continental United States for recycling. All right, I'll turn now over to Commander Dodd. Next slide, please.
All right, aloha, good morning. Commander Dodd, I lead the environmental services monitoring, remediation, and the drinking water monitoring, drinking water well recovery efforts for the Navy Glacier Task Force. So today I'll provide some updates on our environmental efforts, as well as the drinking water monitoring and well recovery. So next slide, please. So on the environmental focus area, we continue to conduct a very robust environmental monitoring program. A lot of the activities that we continue today, we have started a long time ago. The passive soil vapor monitoring has been in place for a decade now. That's soil vapor monitoring below the tank gallery, below the tank infrastructure. There is air quality monitoring, exterior air quality monitoring that is conducted in support of the facility closure process. So as the tanks are degassed, we have multiple air stations set up, air monitoring stations and weather stations around the facility and near the exhaust to monitor and make sure our emissions are compliant. We have a very extensive groundwater monitoring program where we continue to drill additional groundwater monitoring wells on the site and off the site. We most recently completed a groundwater monitoring well at the Camp Smith location across the Lapa Valley. And we have plans to continue drilling wells, sentinel wells, which are offsite wells in the greater area, most specifically to the west and northwest of Red Hill, where we don't have as many installed to date. The actual monitoring frequency has been pretty extensive for 2 years now. When we reduced the pumping rate of the Red Hill shaft in April of 2024, we increased the monitoring frequency of groundwater from monthly to twice a month, and we're continuing that today. We're in coordination with the regulators about adjusting that in the future, but as with the extensive rainfall that has occurred in the past several months with the 3 storms passing, we're keen to observe to see if there's any changes in conditions, any changes in results from that program before we embark on making any adjustments to that. We continue to do ecological monitoring of the Halava Stream. The Halava Stream is a seasonal stream, so wet, dry. The flow that comes from the Red Hill shaft, the treated discharge, has actually added volume to the stream. And it's basically increased the available ecosystem for the aquatic species. The general observation is that there's been an increase in biodiversity in that ecosystem due to the increased flow. We have been working to extend that monitoring program, and the last scheduled event was to occur in this past November, and then University of Hawaii would be compiling all the results and furnishing a report. We have extended to sample events, so they are continuing the monitoring through this month, but we are in the process of extending it another year and plan to continue extending that monitoring for the foreseeable future as we continue to discharge into the Halava Stream. It's very vital feedback from multiple parties, the University of Hawaii, Commission on Water Resource Management, the Red Hill Valley Group, all interested in sustaining that, which we agree with, and we're working to do that. We also have our groundwater flow model studies, which I briefed before, but that is a composite model. So there are actually subordinate models or component models, one for groundwater flow, one for the Vado stone, which is a estimation of the dry portion of the earth below the surface, but above the aquifer. And then we also have what's called a contaminant fate and transport model, which is how chemicals move within the groundwater itself. So how the groundwater moves, what's above the groundwater, and then what and how things move that may be present in the groundwater. We last submitted a comprehensive update at the end of 2024, and we have continued to refine the effort. We most recently submitted a 3-dimensional Vado stone model to the regulators, and we're in the process of making updates to the other 2 components. So next year, we're on schedule to provide a comprehensive model update. So we'll have updates for all 3 of those component models for the Navy's groundwater flow model, currently planned to be submitted next year. Parallel to the Navy's efforts, the University of Hawaii was funded to conduct multiple field studies and produce a groundwater model study report. They have completed over half a dozen field studies. A lot of that data is available. They are in the process of compiling their field reports with their analysis, their interpretations of all of that. We look forward to seeing those reports later this year. They also are continuing to look at the overarching groundwater model and their report, which integrates all of those individual field studies. They are also continuing the dye tracer study. So all of those efforts that the University of Hawaii has been pursuing, we look forward to seeing the results and their interpretations and taking what we can from their efforts to integrate and inform our model. We look forward to hearing from them later this year on their progress. With respect to the site investigation and the remediation activities on site, we continue to pump and treat the Red Hill Shaft groundwater. As I mentioned, 2 years ago, we reduced the flow. We implemented the diver to support the tank cleaning, so we're not drawing any further water. And we continue to conduct the monitoring that I've mentioned, the flow monitoring, the groundwater monitoring around the region at a more increased pace, and then the downstream ecosystem monitoring. We will be continuing to pump the Red Hill Shaft for the foreseeable future and operate that treatment system. Last year, we commenced the first step of our site assessment process, which I'll get into in the future slide, but we are wrapping up the first portion of the first step, so the two-part field investigation. We are projecting to complete all of the field work for our field investigation this year. So about 1 year from now, early next spring, is when we would be submitting our first primary report from the site investigation process at Red Hill. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on that. And then we have continued to evaluate a soil vapor extraction remediation pilot study, which we are in the process of finalizing. That was also a two-part study, a shallow soil vapor extraction evaluation, and then a deep. So we finished the shallow, and we are finishing the deep report, and we will be providing that. So there will be some updates here this summer with respect to that. Concurrent to that, we are looking at what is called natural source zone depletion and the topic of biodegradation. So what's happening naturally on site or below the surface. And those two studies will help inform our site assessment, RIPRA cleanup, when we get to the process, or the part in that process where we look at what remedial technologies are viable for the site. So getting a little bit ahead of the process so that when we get to that point, we'll be better informed, so that it helps compress and maintain the schedule. So many environmental activities, a lot of progress in site investigation. And then as we get into the full-scale remediation in the coming years, all of these activities are ongoing and will be ongoing for the foreseeable future. The next slide. Okay, so all of these activities, we apply a scientific data-driven approach. A lot of these efforts are informed by what we find on site, what we observe, and the adjacent activities. We use a spectrum of different activities and monitoring. We solicit feedback through multiple forums, and we are in very close communication and coordination with the regulators. We meet weekly with DOH and the Environmental Protection Agency. Every single work plan for closure activities and environmental monitoring and remediation activities are submitted to both DOH and EPA for review, for feedback, and ultimately they are approved by the DOH and EPA before the work starts. And thereafter, the activity, the results, and the data that we find are also reviewed by the regulator. So it's an ongoing process that's very closely coordinated and closely overseen. Okay, so from many of the activities that I've highlighted, extensive groundwater monitoring, there's a very frequent sampling cadence. We are well above what an industry standard is. Industry standard in groundwater monitoring is maybe bi-monthly, quarterly, something on that range. We are doing it twice a month. So if we were to see or observe a change in the conditions below surface or in the aquifer, we would know very quickly. And we have a lot of data. While we have a lot of data and frequent sampling across that network, we have some areas where we don't have wells, and that's why we're continuing to drill wells. You know, we want to kind of create a periphery of wells. We have many on site near the tank, fuel tank system. We have many around the site on the boundary, and we want more off-site kind of in the greater periphery so that we could see across that network if there was any kind of contaminant migration, you would see a taper slowly appear, increase, pass through, taper off, etc. You'd be able to see change over time. We know from conditions on site through that extensive groundwater monitoring and a long-standing groundwater monitoring, many of the wells that are on site date back years. The groundwater monitoring program itself is almost 20 years old now, so some of the early wells have been in place for a long time. We have not seen any contaminant migration or any evidence of contaminant migration along the site or off-site from the data that we have collected. But again, we have areas where we cannot collect groundwater data, and that's why we're drilling additional wells. We have multiple groundwater studies between the Navy's efforts and the University of Hawaii's study, its field study with the dye tracer. Those generally concur with a slow, stable movement of groundwater from Mauka to Makai. The subsurface conditions at Red Hill, as you might imagine from Hawaiian geology, it's very complex. You're talking about eons of lava flows, so it's not consistent, not homogeneous makeup of rock. And so there's a high degree of variability. So within a localized area on Red Hill, you may have a small, you may have some variability. And I think that's what some of the findings from the University of Hawaii studies have shown. But generally speaking, just as surface water runs through the watershed, that's how the groundwater moves. We have inhibitors in the natural environment. So we talked about the watershed just to the west, which is Halava Valley, very complex geology. We have the fire degradation. You think about fuel in its natural state or in an open state, rather. It's a volatile material. It off-gases in the open environment. For historical releases at Red Hill, and specifically the 2021, it's been years in a environment where degradation has been occurring. And the Red Hill fuel facility is a tunnel network that is highly aerated. So there's a lot of oxygen moving through that facility, which would facilitate any localized contaminant fire degradation. When you talk about contaminant fate and transport, so how chemicals move within groundwater, a lot of constituents within fuel have high retardation factors, which inhibit movement within the subsurface conditions. And the aquifer is confined within a rock, and so water moves more quickly and easily through rock than chemicals contained within groundwater. We have the well operations between the Red Hill shaft, where we began pumping the Red Hill shaft in 2022 to create a groundwater capture zone to draw any localized contamination in through that shaft to the treatment system, collected, treated, discharged the water back into the environment. While across the valley, we have the Navy IAEA lava shaft and the city and county's lava shaft, which have not been operating since for about 4.5 years now. Since the end of 2021, which would could theoretically draw groundwater from the greater watershed into those areas. And we have extensive drinking water monitoring data across the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam drinking water system that we've conducted over the last 4 years, where we haven't detected any fuel in the drinking water system. And specifically for the Red Hill shaft, there's been a lot of monitoring between groundwater monitoring and water quality monitoring supporting drinking water efforts. So the extended drinking water monitoring program, additional monitoring that's been performed to support the construction of a water treatment facility for drinking water purposes. There's been no observation of any fuel or fuel contaminants in the Red Hill shaft for about 24 months now. So in aggregate, when you consider all of these, we take a multiple lines of evidence approach in planning and executing our environmental activities. And through our monitoring, we're not seeing any evidence of contaminant migration across the site or off the site, which is of course great news. But the work's not done, and we're continuing to monitor and invest in many of these studies as we plan to recover the Red Hill shaft. Next slide, please. Okay, so for our site assessment, site investigation, the Navy Closure Task Force is charged with doing the fuel-related historical release site investigation of Red Hill. There is a concurrent Navy project that is investigating the site for PFAS. That's not under the mission of the Navy Closure Task Force, but it's an ongoing concurrent activity. Many of the folks in the room are very familiar or somewhat familiar with that project. The Joint Base manages it and discusses that in the Restoration Advisory Board forum. So the site investigation process is similar to many of our other processes, and it's very deliberate, it's data-driven, informed, and it's a process more than a timeline. So as we know the conditions on site, that will drive what the next steps are or how we go about executing the next steps. We started the field investigation last spring, and so we've been conducting that for almost a year now. And that first step is an investigation of historical releases. So we go through the site where we have records of releases, and we take samples to confirm whether or not there's presence of historical fuel contamination at that location. Once we complete that step, we know the locations on site, then we follow through with the next iteration, which is going back to those same locations where we have confirmed that there is residual contamination. And we want to characterize what that is. What type of contamination is it? How large is it? How concentrated? How deep is it? That's the site characterization step. And then we move on. Once the characterization step is done, then we know what needs to be cleaned up, the full extent of it. And we look at technologies that are viable to do the full-scale remediation and cleanup. We pick one through coordination with multiple through coordination with the regulators. We develop that remediation plan, and then we execute it. And the goal is to clean up all of the residual contamination. There may be a point in time where that may not be viable or feasible for a given reason. Could be site specific or some site constraint. If that were the case, then you move into a long-term monitoring phase. Periodically, you reevaluate. Anyway, it is a long but deliberate process. I'm happy to share that we've made a lot of progress in the past 18 months with getting approval with the first step from the regulators to execute and get it started. But also some of these other studies will help inform when we get to the third step and look at remedies that can be applied to the site to conduct the full-scale contamination or remediation rather. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to transition into our drinking water updates. So next slide first is our enhanced drinking water monitoring efforts. So it's been 4.5 years now since late 2021 when the Navy commenced an emergency response. There was the interagency drinking water systems team with all the agencies that came together that basically developed a plan of how to recover the joint-based drinking water system. Went about conducting that plan through a zone-by-zone flushing and confirmation sampling, which ended in March of 2022. There's an amended health advisory from the Department of Health, and then we embarked on 3 years of enhanced drinking water monitoring. That was the drinking water long-term monitoring. It had 7 periods, 24 months in duration, and then at the end of that is when the Navy committed to commence extending enhanced monitoring, and we developed the extended drinking water monitoring in conjunction with EPA and that took a more investigatory approach, revisited some of the sites, and aimed to sample more of the homes. So by the end of LTM, we sampled roughly 65% of the nearly 10,000 homes across the distribution system and fire hydrants, and then of course all the source sampling from out the shaft. as well as healthy schools and child development centers. We did all of the same during extended drinking water monitoring, but we sampled more homes. At the same time that we initiated the EDWM program, we expanded our consumer response capability with our water quality action team, which we continue today. So last spring, we finished the extended drinking water monitoring program, as I provided updates before. We've attained about 93% of the homes sampling. Through all of those programs, we've never detected fuel in the drinking water. These long-term monitoring, enhanced drinking water monitoring programs serve to validate that the system had recovered. Independently of that, the EPA and the DOH has overseen our field sampling efforts, our analysis in the laboratories. They have collected split samples, their own independent samples, and ran independent analysis, and have came to the same conclusion as well, that the joint-based system is free from any fuel contaminants. Last summer, we submitted our final report for the EDWM program to the EPA, and we recently received their endorsement with a comprehensive drinking water assessment report from the EPA that was released last week, which is of course great news. So we're now at the point of returning to Safe Drinking Water Act compliance monitoring. So we've been doing that all along, like every water purveyor has done, but we are now just adjusting back down to that. While at the same time, we are continuing to upgrade our water quality action team consumer response capability, and we plan to do so for the foreseeable future. The next slide, please. Okay, and then finally is our shaft reactivation. So we have two shafts that drinking water production shaft that were secured at the end of 2021. There's the Navy IEA Halava shaft and then the Red Hill shaft. We're very close to bringing the Navy IEA Halava shaft back into service. We spent the last 2 years installing a drinking water treatment system on site, and we ran a study to demonstrate its effectiveness at addressing the constituents of concern for that well, which is PFAS. We have no evidence. There's been no data that suggests that the Navy IEA Halava shaft has been impacted by the November 21 or the November 21 releases at Red Hill. So since last summer, we have finished an additional evaluation of the treatment system and have since reconfigured the treatment media. And we are finalizing the on-site engineering today, well, at this time, to connect the treatment system into the distribution system. So we're still a few weeks out from finalizing that work. The weather has not been facilitating concrete work lately. But, and then we have some final coordination with the Department of Health before the Department of Health comes out to inspect everything on site. Once we complete that inspection and it is successful, we will request from the Department of Health approval to reactivate, and we will thereafter do so and put that well back into routine operations for the joint base system. And currently, we have the Red Hill shaft, which we are also installing a drinking water treatment system for, and we're not as close. So we are working through the installation of that on site amongst the many other activities on site. And we are projecting that will be complete next calendar year. So we are a year out at the earliest from the point where we might be able to bring back the Red Hill shaft into service. But the Navy's goal is to recover the Red Hill shaft as a drinking water source. It is a more capable and a higher capacity well than the Navy IEA Halava shaft. So while the Navy IEA Halava shaft provides resiliency to the system, it is really the Red Hill shaft that provides a true redundancy for water supply for joint base. It's 100,000 consumers and all the military activities on joint base. So as we move forward, we'll certainly be continuing to provide updates in the various forums that we have and through the various messaging mediums, through the Red Hill highlights, our broadcasts. We continue to have information, drinking water info booths and then our regular updates and forum stakeholder engagements. We'll be pleased to provide updates here in the near future as we bring that one, an ABIA Halava back into service. Next slide, please. Sir, thank you. Back to you.
Next slide, please. For the community engagement piece, as you know, community engagement is part of our efforts, right? It's probably the third of our efforts. And for 2026, we have developed a strategy to be more present with the consumer base for drinking water. As you can see, drinking water is for 2026 one of the main topics because we are planning to reactivate the Navy area Halava shaft. And as we know, this project and this operation is kind of easy to understand in nature. Clean the tanks, put the pipe, bring back the water, and let me know how you do it. But as you go through what we have been explaining, it's very technical in nature. It has a lot of processes involved, and it's unique because most of the processes in place haven't been implemented in such a facility, right? So our plan is to focus on that drinking water base, on that message to explain to people what is it that we're doing, how we're doing it, especially before we open the shaft, and then after that, just to keep showing people where the data is and how we are keeping our operations regarding drinking water. With that said, on all those new technologies and processes that we are doing, the focus also will be to communicate to the STEM community, the engineering community. Just recently, we presented the Pacific Water Conference where 200 professionals were there. And we were presenting about how the base drinking water system will return to resiliency. This weekend, we will be in the Onizuka Day, just to explain also in a STEM environment, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing, this is how we're testing, right? So people start understanding at a one-on-one level, at different, events, how these procedures are done and how this testing is done, and then capture questions. And probably, it's not the first time that we see that we understand that the data that we have posted is kind of, we understand it and we receive feedback. Hey, it would be nicer or will be better to understand if we do something different. We collapse information, we share the information in other ways. So that's what we really want. Let then people know what it is and we understand that there are differences. So that community engagement also will include our regular community engagements at the different neighborhoods, but also is focused on events like this one from local government, as well as congressional delegations and all the different communities that we have been kind of targeting, specific communities that we have a specific interest in our topics. Next slide, please. Our first big event will be the open house. It's actually Wednesday, April 15th. It would be at Kalawao, and we encourage everybody to go because this is where the SMEs will be, the subject matter experts. And I know that people might be just trying to go through our web pages, just listening to this type of conversation, and this is like drinking from a fire hose, right? This is very complex in nature, and probably you don't know half of the acronyms that we have said, but this is the time for you in your own language and with your own questions, go to our subject matter expert and ask. And that's why our focus on this open house, and this is our first big event for this year. Next slide, please. The traditional communication resources that you have seen before, they continue in place. The Navy Closure Task Force Red Hill. If you haven't been there, all the documents that we have done, especially keep in mind, as I mentioned before, we develop procedures because they're new in nature based on regulatory guidance. We discuss them and they have posted them. So like the process to open the Navy Halama shack is posted there since October 2024 when it was discussed with the regulatory agency. So there's a lot of information there for people that want to know, like, hey, they are talking about opening the shaft now. There's a lot of information, how we are testing, which equipment they're using, which material they're using, everything is in there. And that's kind of what we want people to go dig around, read the document, let us know if there's something that you don't understand so we can then bring that kind of conversation into the different opportunities that we have. Also, we have the Joint Base Pearl Harbor. He can save water. Keep in mind that's water for the community on the base is the base job. As a task force, we're taking care of this situation because of the events. But eventually, when we say returning to normal, the base is the one that will have the full accountability for drinking water. So that's why we also share their information and we're always collaborating with them. We still have our app, and as Captain Clayman said, soon you will be able to see how much of that pipeline we're cutting and how we're progressing. If you want to see the data of each tank, where it is within the process, you can find that kind of information in there. So probably it's a very quick approach. Let me see how they're doing with tanks. And then the podcast, Let's Talk Red Hill. We continue looking for different events. Webinars are typically also there. We have a drinking water webinar as drinking water. As I mentioned, is 2026. A big effort. But you will see that if you want to know about digging, how that foam looks like, there's a podcast where one of our SMEs is just showing the big foam that they're using and explaining the process. So there's a lot of information there, and they're pretty short in nature, so they're quick to see. Bottom line, I'm here until the end. I came here until we complete the task force mission. So probably you will see me for the next 3 years or something. And it's my mission to just close the task force, complete our mission, and have everything in regards to the environmental mitigation and everything that will go in this enduring mission. As you know, these kind of events would take years to happen. But it's my mission to have all that set in motion. And I look forward to having your collaboration because this kind of committee is the one where we have all the key players from local government, federal government. And I think that we all want the same, right? We want to close this facility, make sure that there is no more fuel, no more leakages, and then assess the site and then define how we're gonna be mitigating whatever contamination is in there. So with that said, I thank you all for giving us the opportunity. Thank you. It's my first time in this forum, so thank you for the opportunity. And I look forward to continue working with you. Standing by for questions. Mahalo.
Okay, now we can move to any questions from FTAC members, and Kellyanne, let me know if any online have a question. Yes, Ms. Nishihara.
Okay, so I actually have like 3 mini questions under tank cleaning. In step 4, tank decommissioning. So the first mini question is what is the equipment that is being demobilized? Second one that I'm most curious about is regarding the lockable hatches. Does that mean anybody can just access these tanks post closure, or are those going to be sealed off so nobody can access them afterwards? And will the closure report to the EPA and DOH be available for the public?
Yeah, I'll start top down. So for the equipment being demobilized, the equipment that's used that is put in place of the booms, a lot of the hardware that's necessary to actually do the interior pressure washing. And so they're custom made booms that attach to the center tower column that goes down the middle of the tanks. And they attach booms that then have a 180-degree kind of raise and they go top down. So that's the stuff that's really being taken out. So what goes in comes back out. So the main structural members of the tank is not being touched. The actual lockable hatch, the door, the whole facility will be secure facility. So it's not, no one can just come in and out. There's exterior doors even to the overall arching facility behind the gate. Then even interior to the actual tank, we talk about that the hatch will be shut and locked It will be available, be opened if necessary, if we have to do any kind of inspection, just looking inside the tank, but the default position will be closed and locked. The last one is a closure report. I think just like every report that we produce, once it's approved and if any necessary redactions they are posted.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any online questions? Yes, Dr. Lau.
I have several there and sort of all over the place too, but, when you were talking about taking data points, I think I know you've done. Is it the same data points the UH is taking? Are you supplying the data points to the UH, the groundwater? Or are they picking the sites they want to look at and you sort them there when you draw their own samples? How does that actually work?
Yeah, certainly. So the University of Hawaii field efforts and their studies is independent. So we facilitate access to the locations that they want to sample from or monitor from the dye tracer study. So it's all of their data. We're not involved in collecting the sample or publishing their reports or results. So those will all come from 100% University of Hawaii's efforts.
So also the groundwater sampling model that they're coming up with, they're using their data points or they're picking their own data points?
It's their own data.
Okay, so you guys are gonna come up with your model and then try to come up with one model together to show them, to DOH and EPA?
Well, they're independent models, but all models are fundamentally estimates.
Right.
So there are assumptions and
Right.
estimations, right? But so from their studies, which is why we really want to keep them independent, is we don't want to influence their work. So it's an objective approach. So their findings and the data that they produce, we don't want to influence that. We want to see when it's done so that we can then take that and evaluate it and whatever lessons learned, any takeaways, any findings, then reevaluate our model with what their findings and their data are.
The best of all worlds would be the two of you would agree on your models, but we'll have to see, right?
We'll see.
Okay.
It's not often the
Do you
case.
know if your timeline is the same, like they're gonna finish theirs as soon as yours? Groundwater modeling.
So the latest I had heard from the University of Hawaii is that the reports for their field studies will be provided later this year. I don't know if University of Hawaii is online. They can speak to theirs,
Did
but
you guys already post yours online?
we posted. We will be our last full update. I'll have to check whether or not that report is on our website for the Safe Waters or Closure Task Force. We just submitted the 3D Vado Stone, a draft report, so it's finalizing. That will be provided online. So I'll make sure that's available. And our next update, which is again an overarching update, will be submitted next year. So we would look to provide that as well.
You can show that to me at open house.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Your site investigation, you mentioned the PFAS is a different study. So the site, excuse me, the site assessment is going, what chemicals are you looking for? What compounds are you looking for if it's not triple?
So the good point. The site assessment, site investigation that we are conducting is related to historical fuel releases. So fuel is what we're charged with investigating and then ultimately remediating. PFAS, and so this project is regulated under the RCRA Resource Recovery Conservation Act. Department of Health is the primary agency for that regulation and oversight. The PFAS investigation is under CERCLA. EPA is the primary agency. They're very similar, but both parties are involved. But because it's a different program, and it's not related to the recovery of Red Hill from the fuel releases, that's why it's in a conventional Navy program.
So you have identified all the sites of the historical releases then, because that was questionable before.
That was the basis. That is the basis for the first step of the site investigation, which is the site assessment. So based on what we have from historical records, we go through and we look at those areas.
The records are incomplete too, is my understanding. So
They may be.
you're
So
doing the best you can, and you've gotten how far with finding whatever you think it is.
So that's where we start, but it's an extensive process. So as we go through the site, we'll learn more. we find more and we go from there. So at this point, we're in that first step of looking at what we know right now.
Can you give me a ballpark of how many releases you think there were and how many you found so far?
I don't, but I will make sure we provide an update in the future.
We also seem to be relying on biodegradation as a way to get rid of fuel that has been spilled into the environment. Have you other ideas? Are you pursuing other avenues of remediation other than just relying on biodegradation?
Well, we know it's happening, but we will get to that point in the process where we look at what are the most effective and viable means for remediation at the site, and that's what we are going to pursue. I mean, we are studying the biodegradation or the natural attenuation that's happening, because you can also force biodegradation to happen as well. But so we want to understand that because it's happening, but that's not currently the plan. You know, we'll be looking at a more deliberate, invasive way to conduct remediation, like soil vapor extraction. That's just one technology. We're looking at that because it's used. It has been used elsewhere at Joint Base effectively. So it was an easy adaptation to Red Hill early in the process. But there will be much more to follow. So to the point of biodegradation, there are multiple parties that are looking at that. University, or the university, but the U.S. Geological Survey has been doing some studies of that. And so we're starting to look at that a little bit more closely as well today.
Are there other theories that you're coming up with? I mean, are we trying to look for other theories besides biodegradation and soil vapor?
We will. We will when we get to that
So it's
process.
not
Not at this time.
yet?
Yes.
Okay. There's no research being supported for that yet. Like, I mean, I was thinking that would be a great way to dovetail with the UH is we have grants that maybe puts out instead of looking for something that we did before of looking where the rust spots were. How about we figure out another way to get rid of fuel that was historical fuel? And what has happened to it? But I mean, you guys control that one, so it would be nice if that also was a research project. One more question, I'm really sorry. You said you decreased the pumpage from the Red Hill shaft, right? So it's still at 1 million gallons a day.
It's 1.8 million gallons a day is
Okay,
what.
and how much of it are you diverting to clean tanks?
It's a smaller portion. It's order of magnitude by in the tens of thousands of gallons. So
So it's still pretty close to 1 million point something gallons
Yes.
a day. That's still going to the home.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any online questions? Okay, any other questions?
Yeah. I
Go
do.
Ernest.
First of all, nice to meet you, Admiral. This is, I think, the first time I've actually met you face to face, so thank you. And I'm glad that the Navy selected somebody from an island community, because island communities understand the importance of its natural resources. And thank you for your commitment to protecting those resources, restoring those resources, and also the commitment to transparency. So along the lines of transparency, I understand that you or your staff have appeared before the Commission on Water Resource Management to give updates to the Water Commission. I'd like to invite you to come before the Honolulu Board of Water Supply. We meet once a month, and if you don't mind actually doing regular updates in front of the board, it's a very public setting and allows the community to understand. And Board of Water Supply, we're probably the largest stakeholder concerned about this natural resource there in the area of Red Hill and Tokuda. So if you could come out, we meet once a month. I can reach out to you about a date that we can arrange to have you and your team come out and give this kind of update to the board. I appreciate that. Along the lines of transparency, I've been working on Red Hill, involved with Red Hill from 2014. And thank you for the pictures, sir. Can you maybe not take pictures, or if I could get copies of the photos too? I'd appreciate it. Where was I? Kind of interrupted myself and lost my train of thought. It's the price of getting older in years. So I noticed back in 2014, and there was this first thing called the administrative order and consent from signed in 2015. And what would be provided at that time to made available to the DWS was as you made these submittals of reports of studies. And I remember at the time they were very voluminous, some of them 700, 800 pages. But the Navy at the time took the effort to redact what was necessary to redact, but basically gave the report made it available to the DWS. Well, the report wasn't actually finalized yet. It was still in draft discussions. In the 2015 ALC, DWS was identified as a subject matter expert. So along those lines, what we did was we looked at all of the reports and we provided written comments to each of the reports, questions or suggestions on how they can be improved, or if they need to address different areas. I noticed now we are not afforded the same opportunity, even though under the 2015 administrative order consent, DWS still is the subject matter expert. Could you maybe change that? Probably what's happening is, I guess the reports get submitted to the EPA and Department of Health only, and until it is finally approved, they're not made available publicly. And actually, when I looked at the EPA and Department of Health's website, maybe EPA and DOH can correct me, we can't seem to find reports that were done that have been submitted or approved on the various website. EPA used to have a really good website, which they posted all the different submittals or approved reports, epa.gov/Red Hill, but it's no longer active. So can you, and I hate to put you on the spot, can you commit to being more transparent by making these reports available to the Board of Water Supply and to our community, because our community has a big stake in this natural resource.
We need to look into that because not sure, how the history has been, and what you're saying, like different websites are not. I know that I have seen our website and I have seen the document history that we have there, but I can look into that and let you know what it is. I do know that there's some legal things that we need to cover, so I'm not sure, I need to validate is there any concerns from the legal aspect. But if there is not, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Sure. Yeah, I can understand redactions. We did not agree to sign a non-disclosure agreement from the very beginning. But in the past, the Navy was really good about redacting and making the draft reports available, because under the 2015 ALC, we're still identified as a subject matter expert, and we really took that seriously. I think we provided over 130 written comments through the few years that we were actually given the opportunity to participate in some of the discussions. I'd like to see if we can maybe move in that direction. That'd be my recommendation to the Department of Health and also to the EPA. I think, like you say, transparency is a key to building trust. And the more transparent we can be, not only with the Board of Water Supply, but with the whole community, it'll help to build the trust that has been, taking a beating over the years. So I'm committed to helping to rebuild trust.
Yeah. And that's my intention. Come with me, right? Because that's what I came here for, right? To complete the mission, and also part of the mission is restoring that trust. And I know that the task force has some processes and procedures that we need to validate. But come with me, if I will get back to you with this is what we can do, and this is what we probably need to discuss further.
Yeah, appreciate it. Sure. And maybe what we can do is try to get together once in a while, maybe over coffee, and in a way we call it top story. We can just top story, try to open up the line of communication.
Sure.
We had a good relationship with Vice Admiral Wade during the first task force. I'll focus on Keala, and we actually had like quarterly meetings either at his office or in my office. maybe we can renew that, that dialogue.
I would love that. That would be great.
Thank you. One last question. I'm also part of the Red Hill Vi, and we have Keala here from the Red Hill Vi, the Water Alliance Initiative, that's now embedded into state law. One of the things that we did with that law, and Keala, you can correct me if I get it wrong, that the state created a special fund that would be able to receive federal funds, also Board of Water Supply funds, and we plan to put something in our budget to not support it. But is there a way to get funds, short of having to have it described in the National Defense Authorization Act and the national budget, like how the University of Hawaii has received Department of War funds in the past from the Navy Office of Naval Research. Funds, I understand, have also been reimbursed to the Department of Health. Can also funds be support the Red Hill Vine effort, which is really important to the state of Hawaii, and our state legislature and the governor signed the laws that created the Red Hill Vine, signed it into law.
Yeah. On that regards, just recently we had a conversation about funding, for the Red Hill Vine. And I think that we have a couple of action items talking about budget, about what they have and the focus of the Red Hill Vine, especially for the following years, not in the biggest spectrum of their mission, right? Because that's huge. But like, probably what are we trying to achieve these coming years, so we can then see that budget and for me to understand what is it that the needs are and how they can be justified, so we can then I can advocate and see how the different funding mechanisms that might be available, how we can pursue how to get them.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. This is a Red Hill's not POW. There's a lot of work to be done at Red Hill. And thank you for trying to continue to clean tanks and get the fuel and the residual sludge out of there and take out the pipelines. One last request. It's been shared with us in the past that there's a master schedule to understand the timeline that includes work on the closure of the facility, but also remediation efforts, environmental investigations. Is that available? Can that be provided to us in the community, a schedule of what's happening and when it will happen, but when it will be completed?
We have one schedule, but like remediation would not be defined until we complete the site assessment and see what is in there. And then, probably there will be set areas with some kind of mitigation, and there's some other that will require something. But do we have an IMS that kind of give you a perspective of how we're seeing things up to 26, 27, and 28, and that is available. So I can send you the latest that we have. Keep in mind that it moves, right? It moves.
Schedules and dynamic.
Yeah, and Carl comes, and then we push to the right, especially we're doing something that we get our contractors behind schedule, but to give you a sense of at least per year, which are the biggest milestones, how we are expecting them to flow. And it's pretty much updated, at least on my perspective. I get that review every month. So it should be updated like every month and give you a sense of where it is. And then that also open for like, if you have any specific question about the specific milestones, then we can discuss it.
And maybe I haven't checked the app. Maybe it's on the Florida Task Force app already.
I will send you the link.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
And a couple of thoughts. We do have the environmental remediation monitoring and remediation schedule. That's on the Safe Waters. We will have an updated one posted tomorrow. So that will remain available, but that's limited to the environmental activities that have been ongoing and will continue. So we'll have that continuously.
Thank you, Commander. It'd be great to actually see the reports that provide the meat and potatoes behind your presentation, which have a lot of information, but
yes,
We
there.
want to look at the meat and potatoes.
Certainly, and to acknowledge the part about the forums with BWS, you are a stakeholder, a vital stakeholder, and your voice is very important to the process of this work. And I also want to reinforce the importance of the Red Hill subject matter expert quarterly meeting we have. It's a SME quarterly stakeholder meeting, specifically focused on stakeholder input. USGS, University of Hawaii, BWS, DLNR, regulators from the Navy are all present. And we recently had one. There was some similar feedback provided in that forum about we would like to see more detailed content in the report before discussions. And so I think there are some adjustments should be made to that forum to help facilitate and optimize a read ahead with a specific report deliverable that we want discussion on and detailed feedback on. So we will
Exactly.
make an adjustment, for that moving forward to make sure that that forum is capitalized on. Because that's really where we want that technical feedback amongst that stakeholder forum. So many technical people in there.
And we want to provide that.
Yeah.
But we have to actually have something to be able to review and provide comments on.
Yeah, so we had some good feedback off that last one. So look forward to the next.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander.
Yes, Mr. Richardson.
So I can talk a little bit about the funding and language. I'm not sure if they're available, but one of the things, at least that I understand, is that the groundwater monitoring efforts at UH require additional funding. I think the timelines that were provided were based on funding that would have continued from last October. So funding isn't available for the continuation of the analysis and the completion of the model. I know that there's funding to continue the sampling that's ongoing, and some of the new data that I understand is also showing that groundwater flows much more complex. And so I think what we're hearing is more research should be done and conducted. So, it's important for research from our team here at the BIO for both remediation science and environmental monitoring. I guess my question is there any effort to ensure, we're working on our available avenues for funding some of those immediate studies, but can we also see some effort, or is there a commitment to pursue additional funding to complete that work? And my understanding is that once funding is provided, it still will take an additional year of work to really, for UH to be able to complete this first phase of many phases of groundwater modeling, pigment transport. So that's just one for the groundwater modeling.
Yeah, so University of Hawaii, we're expecting their field study report to be furnished. That's separate than the overarching flow modeling effort that is effectively on pause because of the funding issue. And they have agreed to provide a conceptual site model, which is not a full programmable, runnable model, but a representation of their understanding of the environment from their studies that they have completed. We have been advocating for funding of the chain of command, and so we'll continue to advocate for thoughts on that front.
Yeah, well, you know that the funding came from the Office of Naval Research, right? A different entity, with different focus. So, and my conversations with Commander Dunn also have seen, like, at some point after so many years, I think that University of Hawaii, maybe see my report of where we at up to date, how that funding has been used, so we can then go. And I know that there's a lot of stuff pending, right? And I haven't been. Last time I heard from University of Hawaii, I think it was in November when I was coming in. And if you can imagine, I was drinking from the fire hose. It was like all over. But then also I had the opportunity later in January to see our ICOM, which is the one that is doing our modeling. So I have what is it that we're doing? What is it the University of Hawaii doing? In my perspective, from an island that hurricanes comes every year, when you see the US model and the European model and you say, hey, he's coming, but how it will turn, when it will turn, I see that analogy happening here, different modeling. But at some point, for funding purposes, we will need University of Hawaii, or at least that's my recommendation. We need to say like, hey, they have this milestone. This is what we have done so far, and this is how we use that money, and this is what is missing now, and budget so we can then fight. As I mentioned to you the other day, unfortunately, the budget here is like we planned today for the budget of next year, and we try just to cap, and this is like a 3-year kind of thing. But I think that if we are able to articulate what the University of Hawaii, where are they right now within their research and what is missing, and we can say with this amount of money we can step forward so many steps, and then so we go forward, it would be easier for us to figure it out and try to lobby within the different Navy agencies and the departments where to put.
I'm happy to be at this, we've been working with different research teams at UH to really understand clinical gaps and like ongoing research. So happy to, as this relationship continues, to be able to connect those dots and make sure that the right research team are working with you folks.
And just recently, I asked the team to, hey, let's get back to University of Hawaii to see where are they, and similar, like now that I have a better view of what's going on, and we want to have the results, right? So we can fulfill the milestone of the groundwater modeling and have the technical conversation with the SMEs, right? So I hope that will be happening soon.
On the same topic of funding, since it's part of the environmental monitoring remediation, the Keala stream biodiversity study, and then it's great to hear that you're able to secure additional funding for continued studies, those quarterly studies. And it sounds like there's a commitment to continue that up until the gap. And I think some of the conversations and what I understand is that in order for us to get meaningful data on the impacts of the environment, the continuation of those studies post-gap discharge is important. Is there also, in that consideration, like an intent to fund beyond that gap discharge for that ecological study?
Yeah, the goal would be to extend it for some portion thereafter, to be able to probably a full season after the first cycle afterwards. And so it's, we continue to put that in our budget line item, for requesting funds for it. But
what
that would be objective.
As you're putting it in the budget, what I hear is a 3-year post-gap chart, gap discharge as a timeline. That's possible. I think that's in terms of
I understand. Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah, we can continue funding discussions. I appreciate that. I just had another question because it's brought up related to fuel being not detected. As part of natural attenuation, and some preliminary research that we understand that biodegradation is happening. Our soils do contain the microbes to be able to biodegrade JP5. So as a part of detection of fuel found presence, are we also looking at byproducts of that degradation process as a way to see whether or not the process is moving, or are we only looking for the constituents of JP5, or are we looking at byproducts as well?
Yeah, I think that's part of the aim of what this greater discussion is, as we look at some of these additional studies. You want to be taking a comprehensive approach.
I think the USGS is trying to look at some of your byproducts. It might be indicators that maybe the fuel may not, the intact fuel may not still be there, but the indicators that it was there, the byproducts that are created.
Any other FTAC members, online or present, have a question for our presenters? Okay, that was a long and productive conversation. Let's take a little bit of time to see if there's anybody present who has signed up for public comments. None. Anybody online?
None.
Okay, going on. Very well. Thank you. Let's move on to item 3, Red Hill fuel storage facility for regulatory oversight. Will those presenters please take their places at the table? Where would you like to stay? Right where you want?
Yeah, we're gonna stay here.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to start off with this first presentation on the regulatory agency updates from EPA and DOH. My name is Allison Fong. I am with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in Region 9. I'm the Assistant Director of the Land Chemicals Redevelopment Division over the RCRA programs, and I'm joined here today by Amy Miller, who's our Director of the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division. So on behalf of EPA and DOH, we're going to be providing updates on Red Hill from our perspective as the regulatory agencies. Next slide. So there are several ways that EPA and DOH regulate the Red Hill facility and the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam drinking water system. But today we're going to focus on the work that's required under the DOH's May 2022 emergency order and EPA's 2023 administrative consent order. Both authorities include requirements from the Hawaii administrative rules for closing an underground storage tank system, which include environmental site assessment and remediation, which we will be talking about in a minute. For drinking water regulation, DOH is the primacy agency, but EPA's consent order also has special requirements for the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam drinking water system to ensure that it serves safe drinking water. And the PFAS investigation and remediation is regulated under our Superfund Pearl Harbor Federal Facilities Agreement, overseen by both EPA and DOH. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, we're giving a high-level overview of the status of our oversight work here at Red Hill. Since the Red Hill releases, our teams have worked every day to ensure that the Navy is meeting regulatory requirements and following the plans that we've approved. So this slide here outlines the status of drinking water, tank closure, and cleanup activities. The green items are complete, the yellow are in progress, and the orange are pending items. So starting first with drinking water, we just completed oversight of the verification sampling of drinking water system at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, which included both the long-term monitoring, or LTM, and the extended drinking water monitoring, or EDWM programs. EPA recently issued a drinking water assessment report summarizing those efforts, and we will be discussing those results on the upcoming slides. We're now working with the Navy on infrastructure improvements and normal system operation. For facility closure, the removal of the 104 million gallons of free-flowing fuel was completed in March in 2024 as part of defueling. And our teams continue to provide regulatory oversight through tank cleaning and pipeline removal processes by reviewing the operational plans and conducting routine site visits during the Navy's cleaning activities. Currently, EPA and DOH are reviewing Supplement 4 of the Navy's closure plan, which describes the final disposition of the facility after cleaning and closure. Our review of this closure plan will ensure that the facility is being closed in a manner that is protective of the environment and that the tanks can never be used to store hazardous substances again. And final facility closure is anticipated to be completed in 2029. Lastly, our most long-term effort will be the environmental site investigation, remediation, and long-term monitoring, which should continue at least through 2040. Since our last FTAC meeting, EPA and DOH have approved site investigation plans for select areas, and we have reviewed the Navy's preliminary site assessment data and anticipate that the findings report for that site assessment to be submitted later this year. EPA and DOH also reviewed the PFAS remedial investigation work plan and provided conditional approval to move forward with the Area B investigation, which is an expedited scope of work close to the Red Hill Shaft area. EPA and DOH reviewed and issued several groundwater flow model reports, groundwater flow model letters as well. Now I'm going to turn it over to Amy to discuss EPA's drinking water report. Next slide.
Okay.
So EPA's drinking water assessment of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam and Waimano Military Reservation Public Water Systems has been approved and published as of last week. Following the 2021 fuel release at Red Hill, EPA conducted a thorough assessment of the information collected during the emergency response and drinking water monitoring. EPA evaluated thousands of water quality samples, remedial actions, and EPA and DOH inspection and investigations, and Navy documentation and analysis. Navy will continue routine testing per state and federal drinking water requirements and address consumer concerns through the Water Quality Action Team. A QR code to the EPA Red Hill Drinking Water Quality website is here on this slide, where you can find access to the final report. Next slide. Okay. An online app is now available to view EPA's drinking water split sample results and can be accessed via the EPA Red Hill Drinking Water Quality website. EPA is hosting a public webinar next week on April 14th, 10 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time, to review the findings of the drinking water assessment report and answer any questions. A QR code to register is on this website, along with a QR code for our water split samples. I'll just mention our website is active, and just going back a bit concerning what is on EPA's website are all the documents that EPA issues. We made that change, I think, during the emergency response, and the Navy provides on their website their documents. So you will find all of EPA's responses on our website, and it is active. With that, next slide. Community engagement. So the 2023 administrative consent order requires Navy and DLA to submit an annual community engagement plan to EPA by January 15th each year for review and approval. The administrative consent order requires community engagements that allow the Navy and DLA to provide updates on the status of efforts under their the 2023 order and facilitate continuing flow of information among the community and stakeholders, and provide opportunities for the public to participate and offer individual comment and perspective. EPA approved the Navy's 2026 Community Engagement Plan because it included a wide variety of engagement opportunities and met the requirements of the order. The key components of the 2026 Community Engagement Plan, just as a reminder, are the hosting of 2 open houses, quarterly webinars, 1 annual town hall meeting, and a quarterly community engagements that include hosting information booths, neighborhood board meetings, and then the participation in FTAC, along with other meetings such as subject matter expert meetings and roundtable meetings. EPA and DOH will also continue to engage with the community and the public, and will continue to participate in Navy's events as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Allison.
Slide. So EPA and DOH make as much information as we can publicly available. You can access our websites using the QR codes here on the screen. That last QR code will take you to the Navy's website for test results for air, drinking water, groundwater, and soil. And as Amy had mentioned, in addition to engaging with the public at the events listed on the last slide, EPA and DOH also convene regular meetings of the Red Hill Remediation Roundtable and subject matter experts to bring together Navy and stakeholders, including Board of Water Supply, USGS, CWRM, University of Hawaii, and DLNR, to look ahead at the environmental work, share information, and provide early input. So with that, I will now turn it over to DOH to discuss their study of groundwater chemistry around Red Hill. Next slide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Melissa Fa, and I am the Department of Health Red Hill Environmental Coordinator. And today we'll be presenting our evaluation and interpretation of groundwater contamination and chemistry. This is an ongoing endeavor, and we're introducing our work today. Next slide. I've been working with Bob Whittier, a geologist from the Safe Drinking Water Branch, who has decades of experience in hydrogeology in Hawaii. I've also been working with Dr. Dan Bernal and Dr. Jia Xu, who both have expertise in mathematics and contaminant fate and transport. My PhD is in environmental systems, and my Master of Science is in water resources management. Next slide. So it's been about 2 years since the tanks have been defueled. So much of our focus now is on understanding the groundwater contamination at the site. I'll introduce the background, groundwater and geology, and the large amount of data we have, which sets the stage for our guiding question. What can the water chemistry data tell us? Then we'll explain our methods, results, and findings. Slide. Although regionally, groundwater generally flows Mauka to Makai, the groundwater gradient at Red Hill is relatively flat. Here's a conceptual diagram showing where there's a steep groundwater gradient on the left, and there's a flat groundwater gradient in the middle. So the water table slope is steep on the left and flat in the middle, and the groundwater gradient at Red Hill is relatively flat. The geology at Red Hill is next slide. The geology at Red Hill is very heterogeneous and complex. This means that there are areas where the rock is solid and water cannot penetrate it. In other places, there are gaps, cracks, holes, pockets, and different textures. There are cracks that go some distance and then stop. So an analogy can be, we have freeways, side streets, speed bumps, alleys, cul-de-sacs, dead ends, roundabouts, and parking garages. We don't have an exact map, but we do know that sometimes water might have to go around the block to get to the freeway on-ramp. Within the Red Hill site, there is a wide variety of rock characteristics with respect to how water can flow through it. This makes interpreting the data and modeling groundwater flow particularly challenging. Next slide. So when I started to look at the groundwater data for Red Hill, I thought to myself, wow, there are a zillion results here. Okay, there weren't a zillion results, but there were 1,591,105 groundwater results. And for each of those results, there were 35 associated columns. And we used data from 44 wells. Next slide. So this groundwater data set contains both general chemistry data and fuel contamination data. Some of the general chemistry measurements act as conservative tracers, meaning they move with groundwater and help show where the water is coming from and how it mixes. Examples are silica and chloride. Other measurements can be considered fuel breakdown indicators, sometimes referred to as natural attenuation parameters. These help show when microbes and chemical reactions are breaking down fuel contaminants. Some examples of these are oxidation reduction potential, pH, and nitrate. The groundwater data also includes contamination measurements such as total petroleum hydrocarbons, also referred to as TPH. Next slide. So we know that generally the regional flow is Mauka to Makai, but we have a flat groundwater gradient at our site. We have a messy geology and a zillion groundwater chemistry results. So we focused our analysis to answer the following question. What does the groundwater chemistry tell us about the contamination, water flow, mixing, and other processes? Next slide. So a first pass at looking at this data is plotting the data in a time series. And I wanted to show you all of the contaminants measured and plotted over time for all 40 plus wells today, but that would have been hundreds of graphs. I'll show one example instead. RHMWO2. So this is located at the core of the plume, so it's probably the most contaminated monitoring well. On the y-axis, this shows concentration of TPHD in micrograms per liter, and the x-axis is time. So this is TPHD over time. So it looks like contamination has generally declined since 2021, but looking at the data over time, one analyte at a time only gives us limited information. How can we leverage both contaminant data and the general chemistry data to get a deeper understanding of this complex system, including flow, mixing, and other processes? So we used a data-driven approach and multiple statistical methods to analyze this data. And I'm going to turn to Dr. Dan Bernal to explain these methods that we used. Next slide.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm going to stand over here to point out the work there. So, as we know, groundwater originates in the topographic high areas. It then migrates through this complex set of fractures and interconnected fractures and clinker zones that are more permeable. Eventually, it discharges into the topographic low areas, primarily the ocean, but also in areas, low areas of streams near the ocean and wetlands. And so during that migration of groundwater along these tortuous pathways, it moves more rapidly locally through some of the more higher permeability zones, but then more slowly through some of the more massive, less fractured zones. And as it does that, it collects minerals, but it interacts with the volcanic basalt. And as the groundwater migrates, it may migrate underneath some source areas. And when it does, it may pick up some contaminants like TPH, total petroleum hydrocarbons. And when it does, it will then carry those contaminants along with it. But there is biodegradation that does break down these contaminants along that transport. And also the plumes of these contaminants mix with clean water and reduce in concentrations. And so our goal in this study was to take a data-driven approach that, independent of the TPH data in the beginning, just to see what these geochemical indicators that we get from the groundwater samples can tell us about distinct zones of chemistry in the Red Hill area. And so our approach was to use these different chemical indicators to try and find some clues as to what the groundwater chemistry is telling us in terms of maybe background groundwater, transitions in where it mixes with groundwater, and then when there is plume-related groundwater in this complex set of interconnected fractures. And so, as Melissa indicated, there's 44 wells that we collected groundwater samples, where the team collected groundwater samples from, the sampling teams, and we picked based on a lot of data that Melissa discussed. There are 9 indicators that I'll discuss a little bit later. Some of them are pH, ORP, alkalinity. And this data was collected over approximately a 2-year period from early 2024 until about September, or early 2022 until about September 2024. And so the study was performed by collecting this data, deciding on these major indicators, and then looking at also some ratios of some of these chemicals. And so the first step we did was to compare what we call a pairwise chemical link approach, where we look at 2 chemicals and see if there's any relationship between them. And we'll talk more carefully about that. Later, though, we use some more advanced statistical methods, in particular, principal component analysis called PCA. And what it can do is it can take a large amount of signals in the data and compress that into the few more important signals that are describing the major interactions and chemical reactions that occur in groundwater. And then later we took another advanced statistical approach, HCA, it's called hierarchical cluster analysis. And what it does independently of PCA, and it looks at groups of wells and tries to find groups of wells that has similar chemistry. And then by comparing these 2 different approaches, we can see if there are similar patterns, from which later we can look at the independent TPH data, the total petroleum hydrocarbons that are in the groundwater, and see if those patterns are similar with the TPH, which we'll discuss a little bit later. And so why is this important? Well, again, in this complex heterogeneous basaltic aquifer where there's interconnected fractures in some areas, less connected, the groundwater can move through very tortuous pathways. And so along there's multiple processes that are occurring. There's there's natural biodegradation, there are changes in the redox chemistry, there's mixing of the groundwater with cleaner water, and there's also the interactive natural reactions of groundwater picking up minerals as it moves through the fractures in the basalt. And so looking at, one chemical parameter at a time just is not going to tell us a lot about these complex mechanisms. And so these tools can look at, especially the PCNHA, look at all the chemicals at the same time and can help us to better see patterns in that complex set of data. Next slide. Okay, so the chemical parameters, I'll talk a little more carefully about them. And so pH is essentially how acidic or basic the water is, okay? And ORP, oxidation reduction potential, that tells us conditions that are more oxygen rich versus oxygen poor, okay? And each measurement does tell us something different, okay? And they're creating a chemical fingerprint so that we can see the patterns in this complexity in the subsurface. And so alkalinity is another one that we measure. That's the ability of essentially water to buffer acids. And buffering means just that it's a resistance that changes in pH. And then also mixing, we use chloride since it doesn't react. It tends to just move along and not react. And so we can compare other chemicals with chloride to see how much mixing the groundwater has as it moves along these complex interconnected fractures. And lastly, we look at nitrate and nitrate to get clues about essentially recharge, but also, the anthropogenic influences. And we look at silica. Silica doesn't like to react. It just moves along as the groundwater moves through the basalt and the volcanic rocks. It reflects silica. And a little further along, it'll have higher concentrations of silica. And we can use that to understand, the pathways too and connections. We also look at the ratios of sodium to chloride, and chloride does not react. So changes in that sodium to chloride ratio can help us to flag some different rock interactions that occur in terms of changes in the chemistry. And we have a term called ion exchange, where chemicals can exchange with the volcanic rock. Another ratio is sulfate to chloride, and so changes in that ratio can again identify sulfur cycling and also effects of natural attenuation that can occur. And lastly, calcium to magnesium, that helps us to focus on the weathering that occurs, in the basalt as the groundwater moves on through them, right? And so together, these 9 geochemical indicators can help us to better see the patterns in the complex chemistry of the subsurface. And again, no single parameter on its own is going to tell us much. We really need to look at each of these together as a suite. And it's not easy to do, look at it all 9, for us to look at all 9 at the same time. But with the statistical tools, that can help us to break down this into 3 principal components that can tell us more fully the primary chemical processes and geochemical processes that occur. And so together again, these indicator parameters as a group can help us to track recharge, biodegradation, changes in this redox, mixing of the groundwater that occurs, and also just those mineral reaction processes that occur in the subsurface. Next slide, please. And so the first thing we do, and this is a simplest method of comparison, is looking at just 2 indicators at the same time. And so what we can do is we can see if 2 chemical indicators are changing together. If one goes up, if the other goes up, we call that positive correlation. Or if one of them goes up and the other goes down, we call that negative correlation. And we use this letter R just to indicate if R is 1, then we have perfect positive linear correlation. One goes up, the other indicator goes up. If R is 0, then we don't have any relationship between those different chemical indicators. And so you see it's scattered if you plotted them against each other. If R is -1, that is again, if one indicator is going up, then the other indicator is going down. If it's -1, that'll be a perfect linear correlation of that pattern. Okay, and so what we found, and so this is just a plot of those 9 indicator parameters on each one of them, and each box just tells us the degree of correlation they have, positive, negative, or 0, relatively no correlation. And so what we found is that kind of some interesting patterns. Alkalinity tended to rise with with nitrate. And so that doesn't always happen in that way. You know, sometimes, you know, when you have natural biodegradation, you'll see the alkalinity go up and the nitrate go down, but we see kind of a positive relationship there. And similarly, we saw that the sulfate chloride, you know, correlation was also positive in sulfate, that ratio. And so that indicated some patterns too. And we saw also that chloride rose with nitrate with the R of 0.46. And then lastly, you know, sodium to chloride ratio moved in the opposite direction, chloride, as the sodium would be higher, then the chloride would be lower. And so these patterns are really more complex when you look, because they can't tell us too much yet, because these mechanisms in the subsurface are very complex. And so these are useful as a first indicator of relationship between two chemicals, but really we need to look at all of them at the same time to identify the complex patterns that can occur. And what we're seeing from these types of relationships is that, you know, there's a combination of mechanisms of essentially this linked buffering of resistance to pH in the groundwater, the changes in redox conditions where oxygen becomes lower in the groundwaters during the transport of the groundwater, and also exchange of the minerals I mentioned. As you know, minerals as the groundwater is moving through the rocks, you get changes in the chemistry, and also you start picking up, you know, silica along the way. And so but we can't just compare two of these indicators. We need to look at all of them together. And so that's the main limitation when we only look at two things at a time. And so what we then want to do is bring into account these more advanced techniques to see if we can separate out these patterns from all this data. And so that's why we use that principal component analysis and Hartford plus analysis to get a better fingerprint of all these indicators and what they tell us versus just comparing two at a time. Next slide, please. Okay, so principal component analysis, it's a powerful tool used in data science and it's also used in groundwater too. And what it can do is it can take, you know, all those 9 indicators and instead break down that information into only 3 principal components that can help us identify those different mechanisms in the subsurface. And so what we found is that with the principal component analysis, we can explain 70% of all the variability of the data. And there's a lot of variability in the data, but we can explain 73% of it only with those first 3 principal components. And so what did each of those components tell us? Well, the first component showed us that, you know, essentially we have complex reactions occurring together in which linked changes in alkalinity, changes in the nutrients and in buffering that go along with the processes. And also the second principal component gave us some information about, you know, redox changes and changes in salinity versus ion exchange, and also a little bit about the biodegradation that is occurring in the groundwater. And then the last principal component, you know, tells us more about just those natural, you know, processes where the groundwater collects the minerals along the way. Okay, and that's the third principal component. And so what it does, though, it looks at all those 9 indicators at the same time and help define and to help us better understand the principal processes that are occurring. And each one of these components tells us a little bit about this. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide that I'll talk about, but essentially the second method, which is completely different than the principal component analysis method, is another advanced statistical tool. And what it allows us to do is look at and group wells that have similar chemistry. And by doing that, maybe we can map those groups of wells with similar chemistry and see if there's different zones of the groundwater that have distinct chemistry from other zones. And so and this technique, you know, both these techniques, PCA and HCA, do not look at the contaminants at all. We're just looking at these indicators to see where the distinct zones of groundwater chemistry are that we can later compare against, you know, where the TPH contaminants may be in the groundwater. And so what we identified is we found 5 groups of wells that have distinct chemistry from each other. And so we then took those groups and we mapped them and we estimated them on a map and create what's called creating, where you can map them and find zones that are distinct. And so these 5 distinct zones are shown right here. The zones of A and B tend to indicate zones of more recharge influenced and less altered water. Whereas zone C is kind of a broader transition zone. As the groundwater comes in, it'll mix with the other waters, and we call that a mixing zone. And then lastly, and probably most important, is these zones D and E, which we see over here and over here and here. And these seem to be more related with the contaminant plumes, but really, based on the biodegradation, it's also related to the change that occurred as they were degraded over time. And so the HCA, essentially allowed us to group these different wells of similar chemistry and construct a map. And by doing that, then, we can compare this with the TPH map, which, those contaminant data, which we haven't used yet in our analysis, to see if there's any relationships, especially with these D and E zones with the subsurface maps that have been constructed with TPH. And with that, I'll let Melissa go ahead and continue on this.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take another look at the hierarchical cluster map side by side with a contaminant plume map. So on the left, we have constructed a plume map using average values of TPHD over a specific time period. So we can compare this with the HCA results mapped on the right. So we used the time period for both maps to match. So the data from the same time period was used in both of these maps. So the plume map for this specific time period is for this specific scientific comparison and doesn't represent current conditions. And this is one example of some of the contaminants that are monitored. So to reiterate, many contaminants are monitored, but for illustrative purposes, we're showing the average values over this specific time period on the left. And this is only TPHD. And so the plume map is going to show higher levels of TPHD in the warmer colors. And as the colors become cooler, those are lower levels of TPHD. And so to reiterate, the map on the left is contaminant data. The map on the right is not contaminant data. The map on the right only used general chemistry data. And you can see that there are certain areas that, based only on the general chemistry area, they match some of the areas on the left. And these zones have distinct chemical signatures based on a combination of chemicals that represent both fuel degradation processes and chemicals that represent flow and mixing of water in this area. So zones A and B reflect recharge related processes, and D and E match areas of higher contamination. And this shows that there are zones that are compartmentalized, and the extent of the impact in certain areas is limited based on both the plume map on the left and the cluster map on the right. So the plume appears relatively stable, and the chemistry that reflects fuel degradation agrees with decreasing concentrations over time that we saw earlier in the presentation in the time series. Next slide. Okay, so to wrap up, we selected chemical indicators to help identify and understand patterns due to flow and mixing, as well as fuel degradation processes. PCA showed us the dominant processes that control the groundwater chemistry. HCA showed us the distinct chemical zones that are related to contaminant zones. And we see that biodegradation is reducing concentrations in certain areas. Next slide. So today we introduced our work, which is a data-driven approach. And this is a work in progress, and we're continuing to use the data to learn more about this system through these kinds of deep dives. By combining multiple complementary approaches, we can build a more complete understanding of this complex system. We can learn important information from dye tracer studies, field observations, statistical analyses of the chemistry data, and groundwater flow models. No single method can tell us everything we need to know. We need a variety of tools. And our approach was successful, and we plan to submit this work to a peer-reviewed journal. Thank you.
Are there any questions from FTAC members? Yes, Mr. SHWB.
Okay, so a comment and a question. So first of all, thank you both for your presentation. I got as far as the flow is Malcolm to Makai and the Red Hill site is flat. And the system is complicated. And I liked your, because I'm a complete lay person. So I liked your analogy about the aquifer being a series of roads, dead ends, cul-de-sac. So if that's the case, and this is just to try to help me and other people who don't know chemistry, so well to understand, would you say the water is like the vehicles moving through, the aquifer, and then the passengers that get on and get off are like the different chemicals and minerals that it picks up along the way and interact with each other? Would that be after, it doesn't go all the way, as an analogy, I know.
Yeah, I think that could be a good analogy. And we know that in certain areas, the water's moving very slowly, which is also reflected by the dye study. And we know that there are likely very tortuous paths. So it's generally moving Nauka to Makai, but because it is so complex and moving around in those complex ways, that makes it difficult to model and to analyze data for this site. But I think you have a good idea of the situation.
Right, because there are some like freeways where there's like faster movement, and then there are some areas where it's like there's not much movement and there's like very few vehicles. And so my question is like, at what rate do you think natural biodegradation is reducing concentrations at the site? And I know it's impossible to tell this, but I mean, by what year ballpark do you project like all of the contamination would be like completely 100% gone by natural processes? I mean, that's a tall aspect.
That's a good question, and we can't answer that question based on our analysis.
Yeah.
But the positive note is that we do have a lot of data, and the data is a powerful tool that can complement groundwater flow models, the dye tracer study, and we need to combine our knowledge from all of these tools to get a better understanding of what's going on. And potentially more measurements need to be taken to better understand those rates. That's an important aspect of this. So we can't tell you the rate that's happening right now. From our study, we have gone into a deep dive here, but there are many other opportunities to dive deeper in some of this data.
I'll add to that too, the concentration versus time plot that Melissa showed did show a decreasing trend. And so looking at that in many wells can maybe be used later to infer, rates of decline in chemical concentrations.
Any other questions? Hang on one second. Any questions online from FTAC members?
I have a question. Based on your chemical analysis, I'm kind of following her question, but you can predict how the chemical reactions, how long it takes, right? Depending, or are they based on how much oxygen and how much other things are in there?
I think it's more, we can look at and identify zones of distinct chemical patterns. And then, from there, compare them with where the contaminants have been. And I think it's more, if you want to know rates of changes and stuff, again, looking at the concentration versus time plots and many of the wells can then tell us, how fast, the concentrations are changing and the rates of things. Good.
And I think to add to that question, trying to compute rates
when we get groundwater flow velocities from the University of Hawaii tracer tests, the flow velocity is going to be a key component of calculating degradation rates. So you pick a travel path indicated by the tracer test and travel time, and then you can apply the different degradation rate equations to compute mass consumption.
I'll add to that too. Not only concentration versus time can we look at to get rates locally at a certain well, but we can look at the concentration versus distance, as Bob mentioned, along a flow path, and that can also tell us how much biodegradation is occurring along that.
Bob, could you please state your name and affiliation? Oh, I'm sorry. Robert Whittier from the Department of Health, the geologist.
Thank you.
Mr. Dow.
Yeah, thank you. Could you bring up the presentation again? Somebody can bring it up and go to slide 15, I think. Okay, thanks. And that's a little tiny to see from here, but the Plume map is from 2022 to 2024. And I heard earlier, Dr. That the and Bob's here, so you can confirm that the basically the top of the water table is really flat. The gradient on the water table is really relatively flat. I'd just like to kind of point out, I asked you the question. So Red Hill Shaft was shut down in December of 2021 and stopped pumping for a while. And also in December of 2021, I shut down 3 BLDG wells. Lava Shaft being the largest, pumping maybe up to 10 million gallons a day across the valley. And also our lava wells and our air wells. With the water table being relatively flat, if I were to turn on a large water source, maybe even bigger than Red Hill Shaft across the valley, could I influence the sloping? Could I slope the water table in a way that would slope it toward lava shaft or lava wells and islands?
You want to take that one, Bob?
Sure. Well, I think the answer is yes, turning those on. But the other thing we have to consider is that there's a barrier between Red Hill and the lava shaft. So it's not going to have a direct line of groundwater flow. It's going to have to either go underneath, and actually seems to be quite deep underneath the alluvial saprolite wedge, that impermeable structure between the ridges, or up around it. And hydrologically, yes, it is down gradient, but even naturally it's down gradient, even without the lava shaft pumping. And have to look at, we do have historical data to go back and look at what the relative groundwater elevations are, but I don't have that off the top of my head, although I'm sure that what you're alluding to is correct, that if you started pumping the hill lava shaft, that would increase the groundwater elevation on the lava side. And then the other artifact has to be considered is those barriers between how much they do affect any flow.
Yeah, just looking at the Plume map on the left, I know you mentioned the northwest area. So groundwater moving from Red Hill, which is the Honolulu Valley, is a higher elevation on the water table, top of the water table, and it kind of slopes down to lower elevations across the valley.
Well, I usually refer to it across ridge because the valleys themselves in that alluvium and weathered rock will have a different hydrologic characteristic. But if you go from ridge, let's go from Leahy Ridge, Honolulu Ridge, Red Hill Ridge, over to the lava side, groundwater elevations do step down.
That's
what has not been quantified is the degree of groundwater exchange going in that direction, which is important.
I guess my point is what you're referring to is the barriers at what they call valley fill.
Right, exactly.
It's deposited in the Waimano Valley as we see it erode. like what we saw with the Honolulu storms, all that brown silky water is erosion. And maybe less permeable, less porous. But the bottom of it, as you go further from where the closer to Pearl Harbor, going further up the valley, doesn't that the bottom of that valley hill get shallower potentially?
Yeah, well, that was why I said you either go underneath it
Or
or
you go
around
up and
the
around.
upper edge, right?
And I'd just like to, from my simplistic look on the colored plume map on the left, the two rows of 10 gray dots represent the Red Hill tanks, correct?
Correct.
And then, and I know, no offense, but the Navy has always said that it's Mauka to Makai flow. So I have seen presentations where they drew an arrow paralleling those Red Hill tanks going from Mauka to Makai. But the plume map seems to indicate to me that there's actually flow going across the valley, which would be going toward, I think, Amy, can you point out the Halawa Correctional Facility? I think it's right there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. But it seems to show potential migration in that northwesterly kind of direction across the valley. And Bob, I remember a paper you wrote when you worked for Tetra Tech many years ago, just looking at the gradients, just pure gradients.
Right.
There could be a potential for a northwesterly flow. So I guess that's my point. It's not just Mauka to Makai. It's not as simple as that. It's much more complex, and it looks like it actually migrated across the valley in a northwesterly direction. This graphic on the left is the north, the vertical line. North is vertical here, and then west would be horizontal going this direction. So, Dr. Thal, when you say that it is the plume is appeared to spread in the northwesterly area too.
So just to reiterate, so this plume map represents, it doesn't represent current conditions. This is from average data from 2022 through September 2024. And so this plume map will show areas of higher concentration to lower concentration, but it doesn't specifically show a direction of flow. And there are areas where there are higher concentrations from different sources. So on the lower left, you can see near the oily waste disposal facility, there's a different area there that likely is from the November 2021 release. That's a reflection of that. There's the high concentration near the tanks at the core of the plume, where those gray dots are. And then there's kind of a finger that goes up towards the north near the correctional facility. And I believe that there was actually another release that's separate from Red Hill that may be reflected by that area. Bob, do you have comments on that?
Well, the one thing that is prominent on that map is that diverging peninsula on the northwest side, and that's RHMW 12A. And that is a well that is of concern.
Well above the fuel tanks. Oh, Mount the fuel tanks.
Well, it's right there by the prison. Let me.
Sorry. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, RHMW 12A.
Okay.
And that's on the other side of South Palava Valley. It got installed just prior to the November 2021 release, and it had some initial hits of contamination. And as Melissa points out, you have detected contamination, but we can't actually equate that to a specific release, because even on the other parts, there have been apparent hot spots there to the very north edge that are not associated with the major 2021 releases.
So we know that we have contamination. As the contamination ages, it becomes harder and harder to connect it to a source. But that said, and as you pointed out, we continually have to consider the possibility or probability of a northwest flow component as we do our evaluation.
And that kind of weighs heavily in the my decision to turn Hawaiʻi shaft on or not.
Yeah, but also the UHSM tracer test. And so some of these questions hopefully will be enlightened by the results of that tracer test. Because right now we're looking at indirect data and trying to divine what is actually happening, whereas that is a controlled experiment, and will provide much more definitive results.
So Bob and doctors, these maps are drawn based on the monitor wells that exist right now or existed at that time. If you had more monitor wells, say in that northwesterly area, like where the quarry is, that would also inform us what maybe expand the analysis to include what we find in those monitor wells.
Well, I think the Navy would be better to answer this, but there are plans for wells there, but I think they have ran into access issues, and so they could better.
I understand. I've been involved in some of those discussions, with the active quarry operations and the challenges like that. I'll just say that we have a reservoir up past the prison, and we plan. I think Joyce says that we can still put a monitor well there at that location. That's in my plan. To drill a monitor well and a water tank down above the prison. So that'll be on BWS property, and I think that might help inform, possibly shed some light on that northwesterly area a little bit.
Right, and that's what. So I think DOH has always been a strong advocacy of having wells along that potential flow path, and if you put a well on there, that would certainly be a valuable data point.
Yeah, so I guess with more monitor wells, especially in that northwesterly area, would help inform us of the consequences of turning on Hawaiʻi shaft and not. Do you agree?
Certainly is an important data point in that.
The other thing I noticed, you're using general chemistry, water chemistry to do your analysis. And they react, except for like silica or chlorides, are less reacting with other things in the environment, in the water or in the rock. The Navy's, and I know Commander Dunn mentioned about the PFAS investigation, which is done under another set of federal laws called CERCLA at Red Hill, and also Red Hill's investigation. This work is under RCLA, but thinking about it in terms of, say, take away the jurisdictional issues there and just look at, could we use PFAS detections as a tracer? And right now, the University of Hawaii uses rotary red dye, but could PFAS, which doesn't degrade, does maybe transform, stays in the environment a long time and flows easily with groundwater, would that, if you did your type of analysis, applying the PFAS data, would that also maybe shed other ideas? Would it be useful to use PFAS as a tracer, quote unquote tracer? Because there are areas A and B. Area A is where the 1,300 gallons of concentrated AFFF liquid was spilled outside of Attic 6. Area B, near the Attic number 3 and near Red Hill Shaft, they're finding PFAS in shallow groundwater and also deep groundwater. Would that also help inform your analysis?
So one important thing to think about with regards to tracing and tracers is that you have to have unique signatures that are unique to identify sources. And so if there are many sources, and all of the signatures are the same, and then you have movement all over, it's very hard to determine and track those tracers. If you have a tracer that's unique at a certain location, if a source has a unique tracer, it's a unique fingerprint chemically, then that makes a good tracer. So if the mix of PFAS, if the mix of specific chemicals is very unique to that location, then I would say, yes, you may be able to. But I think because there is so much data, yes, I think you can apply statistical methods to better understand these systems. You can leverage the big data sets we have to understand what's going on.
And so I withdraw my suggestion of PFAS as a tracer, but doing your analysis using the PFAS data that's being collected. And I think a number of monitor wells out there. They've done at least 4 quarters of data collection. I'd advocate that the PFAS data collection be done bi-monthly, like it is at all the monitor well locations. All 44. So could you do your analysis and apply, do it for PFAS detections in this region?
I'm obviously we can't do it. I think with this specific effort, though, we are trying to work toward determination points so that we can get this published. That does not preclude follow-on studies.
Yeah, I'm not, thank you, and good that you can publish it and see the recognition for your good work. But I'm looking at better understanding the complicated systems out there.
Well, that's kind of my incentive too, but the reason that I'm kind of we're focusing on publishing though, is that gives you the gravitas to base future projects on this. If you can get peer-reviewed scientists say, yes, this works, then we can go and apply this. And any other entities can also apply this, particularly if you have a peer-reviewed study to base the foundation on. So that's what the separate right now is, to provide that foundation. It's not the end point, it's the starting point.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. My only request or suggestion is don't stop there, expand it to look at PFAS data that's being collected. There's pretty extensive PFAS data. EPA even recommended, instead of just focusing on areas A and B for the PFAS investigation, look at the entire Red Hill property, which I totally agree with. Thank you.
Dr. Lau, and then I know.
Okay, so after we ended up in the weeds, I kind of have to come back a little bit now. So the left, oh, sorry, can I have the picture back? So the left map, the blue map, that's the contamination map over that time period, January to September 2024, right? Okay. And then the right-hand map was your flow map based on your chemistry suppositions. Yeah, hypotheses, yes.
So the map on the right shows distinct chemical signatures of the zones of water in that area.
Right.
So you can think of it like maybe like juice. So maybe you can think of zone E as lemonade and zone B as apple juice. And they're distinct juices. They are not fruit punch. There's not fruit punch in this whole area mixing all around. So we're able to use these statistical methods to show that there are distinct chemical signatures in these areas. And based on those chemicals that we see, we can better understand flow and mixing in those areas.
So I guess my question is, the green and the purple are one chemistry mix. The green and purple are another chemistry, between the tank area and upper two spots, right?
Correct.
But you're trying to tell me they're the same chemical mix.
They're the same chemical signature.
Okay, signature. So to me, that means they flowed that way, or
they could be flowing, or they could be derived from similar processes that have occurred.
I think we're at the point of trying to even internally answer the question that you're asking. And we haven't got to that level of the analysis yet.
Because I guess if you put a third map on topographically, you're gonna tell me A and B are higher than the E, the purple and green, correct? Topographically. If you added that map. So I mean, if you do this whole flat kind of a flow thing. I guess I'm wondering, I mean, kind of like Ryan was saying, the Mauka to Makai simplistic modeling from before is not something we should say anymore. Because we could have gone that way. That's not going to Mauka. I mean, it's not going to Makai that way.
Yeah, so the analogy where you have freeways and side streets and one-way streets, this can apply in thinking about where the water's flowing when the gradient is generally flat, but you have rock barriers throughout the system diverting water in certain areas that we don't know specifically where it's going, but we know that it's very complex. And so, yes, we all know regionally it's Mauka to Makai, but yes, I think it's better to think of this as it is so difficult to model and analyze the data because it is generally flat in that area.
So if we're saying Mauka to Makai is not simple, we should say there are all these other buts and therefore and whereas is. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I guess I would just stop and I had another question, but it's really gonna. Oh, I do know now. Okay, so it's sort of, you've got a groundwater model out of this? No, yes?
No, so
Okay.
this is a data-driven approach and models can be very useful. But we also want to know, we have all of this data. How can we leverage the data? How can we look at different tools to figure out this complex system? So we don't have a groundwater flow model, but we are looking at the data. So we're taking a totally different approach.
Because I guess my question was, it sounds like you guys have something and then the Navy is coming up with their own, the university is coming up with their own flow model. But you're telling me you are not having a flow model here?
Correct.
You're just trying to put data points out there.
We analyze the data in a way to help us understand processes in the system. Yes.
This could help inform a flow model.
Right, that's what I'm wondering.
Yes.
So
but
the
it's
other
not
thing
the
is,
model itself.
right, so you had to make some assumptions to come up with this statistically. So I'm wondering if maybe you can comment on if they think those assumptions are good, valid, whatever, because you're going to be peer reviewed anyway. So how about not get a peer review now, right? So maybe.
I don't think they've had time to digest this.
Oh, this is the first time you say it to them too? Okay. Cool, well, then could that be a future topic maybe?
Yeah, this is an ongoing endeavor and we're happy to introduce this effort to you today and happy to update you when
I
we
really
have
hope you get published too. Go for it.
additional information. Thank you.
In the map that we had, we keep just bringing the map back, so I'm sorry about that. If I understand this correctly, those are micrograms per liter.
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, we had some issue with the PPH at some point, but we were detecting, and I remember that at least the threshold for the laboratory capability was like 50. So, may I assume that the bluish area that we see around, that it says that it's about 31 or under 100, is within that? I mean, unless you have equipment that is better than the lab that we were using. Is that like within that fuzzy area or I don't know? What?
Yeah, so I'll explain a little bit more about this.
Please.
So normally the Department of Health uses the maximum values during a quarter, and we map that as the Plume map. And that can help better illustrate risk in the area. So from the Department of Health, we normally map the maximum values. For this specific scientific endeavor, we wanted to look at average values, and we also use the raw values. And it is very difficult in the situation where many of the detection limits are around 100. And so if the Navy is able to better just get better detection levels, then it would be much better for understanding those low-level detections. But for this particular map, which is for a scientific purpose, we use the raw values that most of those ones in the blue are going to be below your detection limits. And so this is only for this specific comparison because those values have a signal that we can learn something from. But we normally will map the maximum values, which better represent the risk.
Okay, thank you. Because in my mind, when they explained this to me and we're talking about the levels and the TPH and probably some carbon detection for some other sources, right? My trigger was 100 is the over 100 is like the concern, right? Below 100 is okay, it's within the DOH kind of limit, but we have that detection problems. I mean, it was challenging for finding a laboratory that has a better, better depth.
Yeah, the DOH environmental action limit is 91 micrograms per liter.
Okay.
For total hydrocarbons. But again, this is for this one specific instance for comparison purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Richardson.
Thank you for the report. It's really great to see a different picture of the site. I guess my question is, sounds like there's more data, more measuring, different things to add to the picture. What are some of the hopes in terms of this research? What are like the future studies that you're looking for to help add more comprehensive understanding? So as a result of publishing this work, what are some of the more valuable studies that we can see as a result of this and adding to groundwater flow and contaminant transport models? Like where are the gaps that we're still missing?
Yeah, I think one of the most important knowledge gaps is the results from the dye study. And so we're also looking forward to seeing that. And sometimes when you start out investigating the zillion data points, you find unexpected things. So we're still working on this and we're still diving in to see what we will find, but it will also bring out more questions that we can seek to understand. But I can get back to you on, what other kind of knowledge gaps there are. Bob, do you have?
Yeah, well, I guess one thing that I would like to focus on forward is, okay, we've broken it down into those various groups with several different chemical parameters. Now we need to look at those specific groups and the values of those chemical parameters within those groups to help us understand why this statistical model grouped them as it did. And that, I think, will increase our understanding of the site if we can articulate what statistics did blindly.
I'll add to that. We did look at those different groups and the means are different for each group. We're able to see that statistically.
So all of this reinforces a highly complicated geological condition out there.
And hopefully we can simplify it.
The last time the trace studies, joint trace studies, we haven't had data yet. They finally found it.
Well, it's ongoing, and you really have to talk to the university for that, but there have been detections that they have shared with at least the regulators.
Mr. Richardson,
So it's not that it got put in and never showed up, and I think,
But something else that we learned is
in fact, at the open house, which at the UH booth, they did have a map that showed the wells that had detections at the time.
Is there, has been in the past, or would this be valuable information to understand those signatures, adding to tracers is understanding the microbial ecology of these different areas and the way that they consume creates, different byproducts and that creates its own signature. Is that any like the microbial information considered or has been considered in the past or is useful as
You want to take that, Dan?
Sure, I think, the microbial data will be very valuable to identify these distinct zones and what microbial activity is happening in the more aerobic zones. You're gonna have different microbes that will biodegrade, pH. And then also in, in areas where there's less oxygen, you're gonna have a different consortium of microbes. All of them can degrade, these chemicals, but at different rates. And so we gather that data and probably better answer some questions earlier about the rates of biodegradation that are occurring.
And is any like microbial, these to your understanding, being evaluated or sampled?
I'm not aware of any yet.
I think that would be a question for the Navy.
Was there anything really surprising that you found out that you weren't expecting, or is everything a surprise? I asked the same thing with dietary system.
I think, Bob, do you think the sulfate or the nitrate?
In
The most
Dan's presentation, he did point out a couple of unexpected correlations. And I think one of them specifically was that there was a positive correlation between nitrate and alkalinity, in that when alkalinity increased, nitrate increased, where you would expect in a contaminated site environment, alkalinity would increase due to the respiration of the microbes producing CO2, and nitrate would decrease as it is a respiratory source for the microbes when they deplete all the oxygen. So that, to understand why that anomaly occurred, I think we need to look at the correlations at the individual groupings there, and we haven't done that yet.
One last question for me is, I've always been concerned about the bottoms of the tanks are about 100 feet, 80 to 100 feet above the top of the RG. And past leaks and what might be stored there, and a variety of different types of fuels, which maybe with every heavy rain like these coastal low storms causes more migration down, potentially, and how that might impact the results of the time, because it could be still a source out there.
Yeah, and this study was a snapshot. So we averaged data over a certain time period. And that's an important consideration, is what is trapped in the vadose zone and how will that impact the groundwater as we move forward in time.
Okay, we have two important items left on our agenda for today, and then a public comment period. Are
there any public?
No, there are three current public comments. We're going to begin with the online one. If Susan Gorman is online. Right, go ahead. Yes, then she may begin the 2 minutes, and then you could hand me the list, and then while Susan is talking. Thank you. Susan, are you there?
I don't see her hand raised, so I'm scrolling through everybody, and I'm not seeing her.
Was it another Susan?
In-person Susan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Because we confused you, Susan. This was a online versus non-online. Susan. Okay, Lila Castellano. Let me pause you there, Susan. Is Lila Castellano? Okay, please.
Good morning. Sorry, sorry. Can you guys please go back to your seats, and then the public commenter can come up to this table and make their comments to the committee. Sorry.
Didn't mean to get you out of your chair, sorry. Okay. Good morning. So my name is Lila Castellano. I'm actually a community liaison with the Navy Environment Remediation Team. And so work with the water quality action team and our info booths. So I just wanted to point out some resources that are available about groundwater for the general community here, because I know this was a deeper dive than is probably normal for all of the public, and it's definitely something I get questions about. And so the Department of Health has actually done a great webinar series that's available online. And so definitely recommend for those, who are in the audience here to check that out if you got a little lost like I did on this presentation. And then also the Navy has their webinar specifically about the modeling that the Navy has done that's on the Safe Waters website. And the 2024 update about the modeling is also on the Safe Waters website. So just wanted to point people to those resources so we can all work together on this. Because I think it's definitely a joint effort. As we're saying, everything's layered together. Additional wells, having access to all of that data shared amongst everyone is important here. So that's all I had for today.
Thank you. We'll now toggle to an online questioner.
Okay, so first we have Wayne Tanaka. So I'm gonna allow your mic, Wayne, and your camera as well. So go ahead when you're ready. You may unmute and turn on your camera if you want to and begin.
Hi. Good morning, members of the committee, Wayne Tanaka, Circle Ahoy. I did have a few questions for the regulators and then also for the presenters. But I guess to start, and I don't know if you want me to just ask a question and wait, or I can just kind of just list them off and you can keep track and follow up. I don't know what you'd prefer as committee.
You have 2 minutes.
All right, I'll just rattle them off then. So one, it's not clear. I appreciate your responses to our questions from the last meeting. It's still not clear what standards for PFAS will be applied to determine whether or not to reactivate the IAL Halava shaft. Your responses just pointed to the EPA's PFAS website and the DOH's website, but it's not clear if you're going to apply the 4 parts per trillion standard that's enforceable in 2029 or the 70 parts per trillion EAL that we've been working with. So, I just don't know what their response is to that question. Second question, and I know this has been asked before, but are the regulatory agencies going to require ANSI or NSF 61 certification for all components of the IAL Halava shafted experimental filtration system? Those are the national, requirements for anything that touches drinking water. And I know it might seem a little extra, but we're in this mess partly because the Navy uses PVC instead of steel. So I think we really want to see clear oversight over things that can affect people's drinking water. And then I also was wondering if the Navy's operator SOPs have been approved as of March 13th, which was their extended deadline under 2023 administrative consent order. In terms of the groundwater characterization, I think it's important to remind folks that biodegradation is not bioremediation. And over time, the breakdown products from weathered fuel can actually lead to concentrations of even more toxic chemicals, compounds like BTEX, polycyclic hydrocarbons, so forth. I also want to remind folks that we have had the purest water in the world, right? We had consistent 900 plus rankings on the Predict scores, sorry, exceptional water quality. This is nationally recognized pure water, and now our water has contaminants in it that could endanger the health and lives of children born after we're dead, right? So that's the context in which we're seeking accountability, and which is really the only way that I think we're going to be able to rebuild trust as folks have committed to. And so along those lines,
2 more seconds.
are you accounting for the possible contaminants and contamination sources beyond just the November 2021 spill, including the 2 million gallons of fuel and previous HFF releases that could have been released and also weathered and degraded over the decades, right? As well as the Red Hill Oily Waste Pit. The work plan says that environmental data, the remediation work, the Navy's work plan says that the oily waste pit data will be integrated into the site assessment report for Red Hill, but only to inform decisions regarding the presence or absence of petroleum contamination. And we know that past sampling has shown things like pesticides are banned in 90s, like pHs, other kind of contaminants that people pointed to oil waste pits. I'm wondering to what extent are we going to account for these things, if anything, just as confounds potentially for the hypotheses that we come up with in terms of groundwater flow and contaminant transport.
Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. Your time is up. There is a period at the end, time permitting, for further public comments. let us now move to Susan Piccola Davis.
There. You want me to?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go back to that favorite slide of y'all's. Really great work. But I'm the one that always wants to look at data. And, oh, Wayne, if you're on the phone, on the line, you don't have to remind me of anything. Thank you. So, the plume map on the left is not, would not be used as an overlay over that, correct?
Well, we have them side by side for comparison.
Yeah, but would you ever lay that over top as an overlay to see?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, not that I'm asking you to do it, but if you want to, that's fine. As far as the plume on the left-hand side, for my own self, I would have rather have seen something closer to now. So if you had this one and then did one from 2024 to now, or something closer to this time where we've seen this before, so we know what it looks like, and we don't know what there's been any changes. Can you go to the slide before this? Where you have what the groups may mean, A through B, C, D through E. Your descriptions mean nothing to me because I am a person from the public. So when you say recharge or less altered water, I need something that my brain can actually fixate on. Other thing about this map are the colors. If the colors mean something, then the color codes need to be identified, because when you do this to try and separate the differences out, then my mind is automatically going to go to where's the legend on the color codes. So your legends on the A through E need to be clearer for me to understand. You all could probably understand it.
10 seconds.
See?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Oh, wait a second. Precedent was Wayne was on for how many minutes? Thank you. So I really appreciate all the work that you've done. And I ask you to try and remember that you're not only presenting to the FTAC, you're also presenting to lay people that may not ask the same questions that I do, but I'm particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will now toggle back online.
Okay, so next we have Tara Sutton. So I'm going to allow your mic and camera. Tara, when you're ready, please unmute and turn your camera on and you can begin.
Good morning. Thank you for all of the presentations and conversations today. I just have a really quick question, probably most for the people with the dye tracer or the dye study or the plume study, but how might all of these storms and the extra rain affect the flow in the plume?
Thank you. I believe we have another online question.
So next we have Robert Huber. So I will allow camera. Robert, when you're ready.
Yes, hi, Robert Huber with the CRI board member. I have a very quick question for you. Well, it's actually of affirmation. I affirm your belief for using, detection of the microbes degradation over a period of time, but not through the whole plume, from a particular source, a particular area, not going all the way out. Because what they had said that what Wayne had pointed out, the interaction of other chemicals could cause other toxins to end up happening, which is very highly likely, because we don't know what's out there. But just looking at the source, a particular source, a particular area to test in. And I think it's a great idea. I just wanted to let everybody, I'm not a scientist, but I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Now we have Susan Foreman Chang.
Wait, Susan, I will allow your mic and camera. So when you're ready, please go ahead. Susan Gorman Chang.
She's
Susan, you might be muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, all right, can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for all of this good information and for everybody here today. So my question is, I want the Navy to please provide evidence that all devices tested as part of the pilot study with the GAC, bringing IAEA Halavashaf back online, are all certified to NSF 61. I am the chair of the CRI, and I asked this question in writing, and the Navy did not directly answer it. Also, numerous members of the CRI and other people in the public emailed this question to the Navy at their email address that they asked us to send questions to, in hopes that it would be posted and answered in the frequently asked questions quarterly. And I just checked and they have not been answered. So I've been trying to get this question answered for a while now. And I asked the Department of Health, and the Department of Health said, quote, the DOH recommends that the public contact the Navy directly to request the specific third-party verification documents cited in the technical memorandum. So I'm asking the Navy, we just keep going in circles on this. I'm asking the Navy to please provide evidence that all devices tested are certified to NSF 61. The reason it's important is because without this certification, we don't know if the GAC system and its components will be designed only for remediation, are designed only for remediation and not designated for drinking water to be consumed by human beings. So it's a very important question. It's a very simple question to answer, but we've really been frustrated about just getting the runaround on this. So I really would appreciate the Navy, because apparently they're the only one that can answer this, to provide the evidence of devices testing as part of the pilot study and the GAC to be certified NSF 61. And if they're not, why not? Thank you so much.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I will quickly have us break for a 10-minute break.
Oh, there's one more.
Oh, there is one.
Okay. So Erwin Kawata, I'll unmute you and please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll make this really quick. I appreciate you taking my question. This has to do with the slide number 15 and the plume maps and cluster map. And the question I have is, right now, as shown on slide 15, both of those maps show the period from January 22 through September 2024. My question is, does the project team plan to look at periods before a 2-year period before January 2022? And of course, periods after 2024. In other words, expanding the periods to look at the maps themselves and any differences or similarities between the both of them. Thank you.
Now we're good.
Okay, 10 minutes. Go. I will start exactly 10 minutes from now. Let us continue. Please find our seats. And our next presenter is an online presenter, I believe.
I don't see Liz Boyle online. Liz, if you're online, could you please raise your hand? Oh, no. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Very good. If you have slides, Ms. Boyle.
Yes, I do.
Great. Please start to share your screen. And without further ado, the floor is going to be yours as soon as your screen is shared.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm vamping for you here. Very well. Take it away.
Wait, let me lower my hand. Hi, I'm Liz Boyle. I'm a senior program officer at the National Academies, and I've spoke to this group several times before to tell you about the progress of this study as it was ongoing. Now I'm happy to finally share with you the results. So first, I want to thank my esteemed committee that's shown here. The committee contained the expertise of medicine, engineering, ethics, all sorts of different types of expertise that were needed to address the task. And I also want to point out we had 4 members that live on Oahu, Kiave, Jairus Hedges, Marcus Awane, and Rick Custodio. And then also I want to thank all my staff team for helping with this report. They're all shown here. And our liaison group, we could not have done this report without them. These are members of the exposed community. And so just to remind you what our scope of work was for this project, so it was to develop a report which would review the health risks associated with JP5 exposure from the 2021 releases and make recommendations to the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Defense Health Agency regarding clinical follow-up for those exposed. And then in order to make those recommendations, they asked us to do several specific things. One was to engage with the community members to understand health issues and experiences, review literature to determine the strength of evidence for the putative health effects of JP5 exposure based on a review of the scientific evidence, review any existing clinical guidance for health risks associated with JP5 exposure, and consider the harms and benefits of increased clinical follow-up for patients, and also review any available exposure assessments to determine how exposure estimates can inform patient clinical follow-up and care. And then using all of that, recommend ways to improve patient care and identify research needs to better support those exposed at Red Hill. So our committee's approach to that statement of task was to obviously review the evidence, and we leveraged systematic reviews because we knew of several that were ongoing within the VA and also being done by the Red Hill Registry. We assessed exposure data provided by federal and state agencies. We evaluated any existing clinical guidance standards, and the committee, this is true for all academies committees, they deliberated in closed session meetings to assess the strength of evidence for the health effects, and anything else supporting their findings and recommendations. And we also engaged with people that were impacted by the JP5 releases through listening sessions that we did online through Zoom, also other community meetings. Particularly, we came to Oahu for a community meeting in June of 2025. And we also visited the Red Hill facility and the Waihee Tunnel with the Board of Water Supply. The committee, more about the committee's approach to making recommendations, it followed the statement of task, and we also applied the core public health functions of assurance, policy development and assessment to frame our recommendations. And we adapted existing National Academies evidence to decision frameworks, so those that were developed by other committees of the National Academies, and public health ethical frameworks, and we tried to incorporate Native Hawaiian values as complementary and guiding principles in developing the recommendations. And so that's shown here, and I won't go through them all, but you can see there's a lot of overlap between, where the committee felt there was a lot of overlap between English language medical principles that we thought were important to answering the questions that the committee needed to answer, and then Hawaiian cultural values. They're not meant to be one-to-one comparisons, but just generally the cultural systems had some overlap. So the primary findings and conclusions were, starting with the exposure chapter, The committee found evidence of drinking water contamination prior to November 2021, suggesting that there could have been low-level exposure before the November 20th release, that was possible. But they believe that the peak exposure occurred from between November 20th and December 3rd, when the shafts were shut down, and actions such as shutting down the wells, flushing the distribution system and household plumbing, and defueling the facility reduced future exposures and helped protect public health. There are limitations in the sampling methods, reliance on odor such as reliance on odor and reliance on odor to guide advisories. The committee also had some issue with, and then the absence of specific biomarkers, which just don't exist for JP5, made it difficult to fully characterize the exposures, particularly at an individual level. And then the committee, didn't think that there was any evidence that this was not an issue, because experimental evidence suggested that contamination levels were plausibly high enough to exceed safety factors for the chemical components of jet fuel. The available evidence on the health effects of jet fuel, the review approach that we used considered all epidemiologic evidence in the Red Hill communities, and we also reviewed all the studies that had been identified in other systematic reviews on the health effects of jet fuel exposure. 8 epidemiologic studies were found that were conducted in the Red Hill population, and all were judged to be of low confidence due to methodological limitations, because most of them were surveys without a strong comparison group. And so the limitations also included the low response rates leading to potential selection bias, a lack of empirical exposure assessment, exposure misclassification potential, and reliance on self-reported systems or other administrative coding. There are 2 systematic reviews, were both judged to have a low risk of bias and high confidence, but then the individual studies within the systematic reviews were mostly of low confidence for similar errors, such as potential exposure misclassification or short follow-up window, this type of common epidemiologic issues. And the committee synthesized the evidence using a similar approach that's been used by other studies that we've done for VA. And so we use these categories of association that have been used for many years for Academy reports that are conducted for VA. And it's notable that there were no outcomes that were identified where there's limited suggestive evidence of no association. And all outcomes, all long-term outcomes were identified to be inadequate or insufficient evidence of an association, but several acute outcomes were determined to have limited or suggestive evidence of an association. And so those are respiratory, skin, gastrointestinal, and mental health symptoms. But also nothing was identified to have a significant, in our highest category, significant evidence of an association. And it should be noted that evidence, inadequate or insufficient evidence to determine association does not mean the same thing that there's no association. It just means that the evidence wasn't there for the committee to make that determination. So for clinical implications, the committee looked to see, we reviewed other clinical guidances for other similar types of exposures, and we deemed that none of them were appropriate exactly for the situation for Red Hill or for jet fuel exposures. The exposure characterization, again, is limited and there's no validated biomarkers available. So care should focus on symptom documentation and continuity of primary care. And then also the committee felt that clear, culturally responsive, and trust-centered communication between clinicians and patients is essential as the evidence evolves. So now with our recommendations and closing reflections. So the core public health functions are from a 1988 Institute of Medicine report, which we've changed names, but that's the same organization that I work for now. So in 1988, we defined public health as what we do as a society to collectively assure the conditions in which people can be healthy. And then in that same report, we identified 3 functions that ensure public health. And so that's assurance, policy development, and assessment. And so the committee used those public health functions to help organize its recommendations and in ways that support the exposed population, strengthen clinical surveillance and public health protections, and improve the evidence base for understanding exposure and its consequences to aid long-term recovery and resilience. So for assurance, our recommendations, our first and primary recommendation is that clinicians treating patients exposed at Red Hill should focus on symptom evaluation and continuity of primary care, following U.S. Preventive Service Task Force guidelines for adults and Bright Futures recommendations for children. The Defense Health Agency, the VA, and community partners should jointly develop and disseminate a Red Hill clinical guidance, and the guidance should be periodically updated with input from affected individuals and clinicians who care for Red Hill exposed patients. Our second recommendation, yeah. Did someone want to ask a question now?
No.
Oh, okay. Our second recommendation is about exposure mitigation and reassurance. And a lot of what I heard today, I felt like it aligned a lot with this recommendation. So key partners, who's defined as a lot of people in this room, you know, Navy, EPA, the Hawaiʻi State Department of Health, and others, should continue efforts to mitigate exposure and reassure the public about the safety of the water. All should work together collaboratively and transparently to continue drinking water monitoring and improve, possibly improve with compound-specific chemical analyses, and then also follow through on recommendations from prior oversight and accountability reviews, and jointly identify and apply lessons learned from Red Hill to strengthen preparedness for future events. For policy development, we didn't have any exact recommendations, but the committee felt that coordinated and credible action is important to maintain good policies around this. So policy development, what that means in the context of the core public health functions is that you translate assessment findings into coordinated public health and clinical action. And so lessons learned from Red Hill show that you need to define clear roles and communication protocols across agencies, ensure rapid action when contamination is identified, standardize approaches to exposure characterization, integrate physical and mental health guidance and response plans, leverage existing federal and state response frameworks, consider financial impacts on affected families, and also include scientific and community review and emergency response planning. So we had several recommendations on assessment for improving and about improving exposure characterization, particularly. So recommendation 3 in the report is to develop and validate biomarkers. So we suggested that federal agencies should support research to develop and validate biomarkers of petroleum components associated with jet fuel exposure. Recommendation 4 says to standardize environmental sampling. So EPA and CDC should work together to develop standardized environmental sampling and chemical analysis methods for petroleum contaminated drinking water. Recommendation 5 says that we should further characterize fate and transport. So there should be federal support of research to characterize how petroleum constituents move from drinking water sources to points of use, and that should include evaluation of reactions with disinfectants and behavior and plumbing systems. So finally, well, we've got two more recommendations. Another assessment related recommendation is about longitudinal health research. So recommendation 6 says that federal and state partners should support longitudinal community engaged research on the health impacts of exposure to petroleum hydrocarbons associated with jet fuels, And the committee also points to 3 areas of research. So the first being high quality epidemiologic studies. So there needs to be a careful assessment of the mixed exposures relevant to Red Hill, measurement of both physical and mental, that include measurement of both physical and mental health outcomes. An improvement to epidemiologic studies would be a use of valid comparison groups and rigorous control of confounding factors. We also recommend further toxicology research, particularly studies that would include multi-route exposure through ingestion, inhalation, and dermal exposure. Most tox studies are single route and include chemical mixtures that are consistent with fuel contaminated drinking water. And then another area of research that the committee mentioned is effective use of existing health data systems, linking electronic health records and claims data and registries, developing electronic cohorts with cross-mapped exposure documentation, and applying other rigorous statistical methods to assess short and long-term outcomes. And then our last recommendation was the maintenance of the DOORS registry and potential expansion of that. So the Defense Occupational Environmental Health Readiness System, or DOORS registry, documents occupational and environmental exposures for service members and eligible beneficiaries. DOORS exposure records can be then linked with the individual longitudinal exposure record, which is in the VA health system. And so that supports continuity between the Department of Veterans Affairs health system and the DoD health system. And given that the committee found that there was a potential for low-level exposure before November, the committee thought that recommended that there could be expanded eligibility to individuals who lived or worked at the affected bases from May 6th of 2021 until March 18th, when the water was clear. So some closing reflections from the committee. The Red Hill fuel releases were a defining environmental health event for Hawaii and the nation. Water safety, public trust, and institutional integrity are all intertwined. And recovery requires transparency, coordination, and sustained investment. These should be guided by Aloha, Pono, Kuleana, Malama, and this was an opportunity. There's an opportunity now to strengthen preparedness and stewardship for Hawaii's wai and support the recovery of communities impacted by Red Hill. And so our report is available for free for download. It's been available since March 19th, so you can read further details there. And then I also just wanted to point out a couple of other things. So we had a public briefing, and you can watch a recording of that. That was on the 19th of March. And we are coming to Oahu and holding a public meeting on April 25th. And we're still working out the contracts for where we're going to hold the event, but that will be advertised soon, and you can contact me if you have questions about that. And then our project ends July 1st. And then I also wanted, just because there's a whole group of people that might be interested in other reports at the National Academies. So here are several reports that we have ongoing. We have an epidemiologic study on the health of veterans who served at Fort McClellan, which was where the Army Chemical Corps was. That just started a couple months ago. We have another one on the neurodegenerative outcomes and selected military exposures. We have an aviator cancer examination study that was congressionally mandated and just kicked off a couple weeks ago. And then we also have a standing committee on occupational exposure thresholds for blast overpressure and the process for determining them. So that's a specifically DoD sponsored committee to try to set occupational controls for people that are exposed to blast, which is almost everyone in the military. And then we have some other ones that are broadly related to occupational and environmental health, such as a review of the report on carcinogens handbook, the health impacts and safety of aircraft cabin temperatures, and an overall aircraft cabin air quality study, and then another report that's looking at radiation exposures, health outcomes, and mitigation strategies for flight crew members. And I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Elizabeth
Thanks.
Boyle. Please confirm that the presentation will be sent to get uploaded to the website so that viewers can follow the links.
I sent the slides yesterday, but you might not have had time to upload them yet.
Okay, just so that everyone knows. Thank you for that. Any FTAC questions?
Yeah, this is Ernie. Hi, Liz.
Hi, Ernie.
Hi. You had a chance to speak to Congress to brief them on the findings or conclusions of your study, your report.
We did. We did. We briefed the staff members for the Hawaii delegation, and then staff members for both the House and Senate in both majority and minority sides for the Armed Forces Committee, and then also the Veterans Affairs committees.
Okay, great. I guess, have you had a chance to sit down with our State Department of Health or the EPA, except for this engagement right now, to talk about your recommendations? So I thought a lot of good recommendations there.
Thanks. Not yet, but I do have a meeting scheduled with EPA Region 9 and the Office of Research and Development next week on Friday.
Yeah, I maybe suggest you reaching out to our State Department of Health too, which is has an important role in protecting public health in Hawaii.
Yeah, I would love to talk with them too.
One thing you also, I think, recommended was more studies on the health effects of human exposure to fuel. Could you elaborate a little bit more about that?
Oh, sure, I'm happy to. Yeah, so I've been a staff officer at the academies for 10 years, and I've looked into health effects of lots of different things, and I've done many of these kind of large lit reviews. And given the common exposures that people potentially have to jet fuels, I was surprised about how limited the evidence is. So like even occupational studies that existed, which have a kind of, you could argue, completely different route of exposure, but most of them had really short time windows, so it was hard to use them to evaluate long-term effects even. So that's another issue. A related issue, just showing that there's just really not a lot of human health data on exposure to jet fuels. There is for really different reasons, but there is a large retrospective cohort study that the VA has started called the LIFE study, and longitudinal something fuel exposure. I forget what the I is, but LIFE is an acronym, and the LIFE study is taking VA medical record data and then pairing that in part with, one of the things that they're doing that's really exciting to me is that they're going to look at exposures they're going to measure exposures, which I don't know what they'll look for because you can't look for fuels this way, but they're going to look for exposures in the DoD serum biorepository. So there's a huge 80 million or something sample biorepository that the DoD maintains that has pre and post deployment for every service member. And so they're going to be able to leverage that biorepository data to look for different patterns of exposure through the serum samples and then match that with the VA medical records. And then also there's some job exposure matrices and other nice things that they're doing to kind of do a better exposure assessment than we've seen in the literature so far. So I'm excited for that to whenever that's going to be released.
Thank you, Liz.
Yeah.
Any online FTAC members have a question?
No.
Any further? Yes, Dr. Lam.
Hi, Liz, it's Melanie.
Hi, Melanie. How are you?
Good. I think I'm probably one of the few people in the room who read the 250-page report. I'm
impressed.
So that's needed, right? And I guess that's a couple of points I wanted to make and clarify with you. Limited and suggested that there's just limited evidence suggesting the fuel is causing harm to people, mostly because there's no scientific studies on people because we shouldn't have fuel. So this, no evidence doesn't, like you said, limited suggested evidence does not mean no evidence. It's just not ever been studied. I shouldn't be studying it anyway, but okay. And the other thing I got, is I think we talked
I was
about
just going to elaborate that there can be lots of reasons that something can be limited suggestive. There can be lots of studies that all disagree with each other. And, you have high confidence potentially in two studies that have completely different results. So that can be a reason you might have limited suggestive evidence or that could be a reason you have insufficient evidence because you can't decide what the answer is based on the evidence that you have. But in this case, it's really that there's just really not a lot of high quality evidence to make a determination. Sorry, go on.
No, that's okay. I think I asked you this before, other things, but NASEM cannot find data that is behind the screen. So in other words, you couldn't get data directly from the Navy or anyone else's. You're looking at data that is publicly available. So just reports like the rest of us would have gotten.
Yes. I work with some of the smartest scientists in the world to answer questions using publicly available data. Anything that's given to everything that's given to a National Academies committee has to be made available in a public access file that can be reviewed by anyone who requests it when the study ends. So we are not able to look at anything that's not public or that someone's not willing to make public.
Right, so saying that the exact components of the fuel, what was used to clean the tunnel with, past releases, things like that, you did not have access to, right?
We looked at what was available online about past releases and other things. That was all from publicly available data.
Okay. I guess the other observation, I'm just taking a step back again, is it seems like the response to test was slow. Obtaining samples was slow. Then there was missing samples, destruction of samples, and then there was the wrong tests ordered and the wrong tests done, both on maybe EPA DOH side. So, it's like finger pointing everywhere we could go. The patients themselves really wish that we had taken samples of them. I mean, I know I had patients ask me that, but I kept telling them I don't have a test for you because there is no test that will just look for fuel or its byproducts in a person. You're not supposed to have it in you anyway. But anyway, there was no guidance, and also that it's really quickly eliminated. So it would also be difficult. And like we talked about, depends on your exposure, how much you got, when you got it, how often, how were you continuing to be exposed or not, to stop drinking the water, did you not, did you go to a building that the water was stopped or not? So, I mean, there are a lot of extenuating circumstances that nobody's going to be able to really say. So I feel really bad telling people that that's all we know and that's all we can do for you. But I think the other important take-home lesson is you guys just have each other. So really, the DOORS registry and the local registry, I really recommend you contact them and stay with them because you may not know these effects for eons, for decades, right? And so you only have each other because everybody else has not had data on you or kept data on you. So stay together as a group and try to keep informed. But that's kind of my take-home lesson from your thing, looking at it, is that we don't have data for you and we're not gonna. We're just gonna have to see what is going forward and try to take care of you as best we can with USPSTF standards. Is that about right?
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, we have a series of questions is there a sign-up sheet with questions or in person? No. So we have about 6 people online. We will begin with Tara Sutton. Tara, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you for this presentation, Liz. I just have a very fast question. On recommendation 7, it specifically names JBPHH and AMR. I'm wondering if there was a reason that KBH wasn't named, or could it be added still, since that was the neighborhood across the bay, but it's not, it's civilian neighborhood that is former military land, but no longer part of the base.
Thank you.
I am unsure about how civilians, or how useful it would be for civilians to be indoors since it stays in the military system. But I mean, the committee wasn't intending to leave them out because of anything other than that specific registry feels military specific. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Mr. Tanaka.
It's Susan Gorman Chang
Oh.
next.
Jump around here. Susan Gorman Chang. Susan, you have 2 minutes.
Can you unmute yourself, please, Susan?
Susan, you're muted.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. So yeah, in one of your slides, Liz, you had longitudinal community and studies, and it triggered something in me in the EPA final report on the public water system. On page 57, it says that the Hawaii Department of Health initiated a follow-up study in 2024 to determine whether petroleum hydrocarbons promote or accelerate the leaching and or chemical reactions with plastic pipes. And so it says, as of the date of this report, the study ended, but the final report is still being published. So I'm wondering how that report, when the DOH will release that report, and how that report can maybe give us more information about a different type of exposure. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. Next, we have Wayne Tanaka.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Tanaka, you have 2 minutes.
Hi. So first, I'd like to raise a procedural compliance issue. This isn't my testimony. I know folks might not be familiar with our Sunshine Law, but the point of the Sunshine Law is to have public input inform board and commission discussions. So if you're limiting public comments to after discussions have already taken place, that's a violation of the law for the same reasons why you can't push public testimony all the way to the end of the meeting. So just wanted to highlight that for you folks. We'll be following the office information practices, although you can, fix how you run the rest of this meeting if you so choose. As for my testimony, I really want to appreciate the amount of time and resources that's been put into the NASEM report, which has been published for a few weeks now. And so now that the Navy regulators have had a few weeks to review the report, I was wondering how the Navy, EPA, and federal government will consider and support the implementation of the NASEM's recommendations, if any, and what kind of specific steps will they take or have they taken to that end. Also, now that NASEM, the Red Hill Registry, and the Hawaii Department of Health has recognized that there may have been exposure prior to November 2021, is this something that the EPA and the Navy will finally be willing to consider? And if so, how will they? And finally, will the Navy advocate for extended secretarial designation status renewals, as well as for military and civilian access to civilian healthcare providers, among the other recommendations in HCR 186, to address the ongoing health impacts that have been correlated with jet fuel exposure from the Red Hill catastrophe? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. Next up.
We have Catherine McClanahan.
Catherine.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Liz, thank you again to the NASEM for the report. My name's Catherine McClanahan, and I'm one of the many sickened Red Hill family members, including our then perfectly healthy 14 and 17-year-old sons. I wanted to highlight a couple things about the NASEM study for those of you who've not had an opportunity to read through the report. One of the things recommended was that DHA, DOD, VA, and affected Red Hill community members jointly develop and disseminate clinical guidance, jointly identify and apply lessons learned from the 2021 fuel releases. Again, using the term wording frequently seen in the report, in partnership with affected community members and clinicians. It would be helpful if all of the agencies involved, including the Navy, would encourage and support the epidemiologic study that NASEM's recommending. But from the report, I just want to expand on several comments made within the report, including that some highlighted points said that just after the November 2021 fuel release, no samples of fuel in the Red Hill shaft were chemically characterized, or in layman terms, the labs were not instructed to test for a broader range of contaminants, or further instructed to broaden testing for tentatively identified compounds, and instead testing was limited to a small group of chemicals. A group, in my calculation, is so small that only a fraction of what our families were exposed to were tested for. No effort was made to identify the individual constituents in the water during the sampling effort just after the November 21 leak. Water sampling was inconsistent, along with the report noting concerns regarding sample collection, transportation, storage, among other concerns, and again noting the failure to screen for unregulated contaminants. What is of alarm to me is that NASEM's report states that not screening for unregulated contaminants or chemically characterizing water samples immediately following the release was not done after Red Hill, despite the fact that government agencies have historically done so in large spills, and failure to do so, or I would argue the choice not to do so, further erodes any belief that any agency or person will learn any lesson from 2021 or ever be held accountable, and that this exact scenario will again repeat in the future. Because no agency or person has even been accountable for 2021's leaks, not even for withholding unsafe water test results from the Hawaii Department of Health in the summer of 2021, thereby preventing the further exploration of what chemicals were contained in those water samples and in the water drinking shaft in the summer of 2021.
10 seconds, 10 seconds, Mr. Clinton.
Okay, which could have further protected. So I'd like to just ask the agencies, when and what agency is going to implement the NASEM report and begin collaborating, and how can the Red Hill affected family members volunteer to assist in lessons learned and disseminating and guiding clinical information? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we might.
Does it drop off?
Dropped off?
Oh, there she
10
is.
seconds.
Okay.
Jamie Simic. You have 2 minutes.
Amy, you're muted.
You're muted.
We can see you.
Sorry, guys. Multitasking right now. Aloha. Elizabeth, thank you again from NASEM. Truly appreciate you guys working diligently and so hard. The limited information that you had despite the efforts of the affected community trying to preserve samples of their own water and their bodies and requesting tests. I hear you saying that there's tests in order to test for JP5 or fuel in individuals' bodies. However, I lean back towards many families did get testing through functional medicine, and even Miles Teller, when he filmed Top Gun, was diagnosed with hydrocarbon exposure. Are we saying that those tests aren't valid, or are they just not recognized? And we also have pilots that get it documented in their service records that they have been exposed to jet fuel.
Documented in your service record, I think would be a similar process to like to the DOORS registry. So that's happening for Red Hill exposed families. We did not I didn't review studies we don't review studies in the report that talk about functional medicine tests, but I would guess to say that they're probably not well validated for things to be included as part of a standard of medical care, something to do now, it would need to be, have clinical trials showing that where you can weigh the benefits and harms of the testing.
So the urine and lab testing where they do sampling, such as for mold exposure and heavy metal toxins, those aren't accurate?
Oh, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just like,
those are some of the tests that we've had done. So if those tests exist, can they be recommended for the Red Hill families? And this is another reason why it's so important to extend this secretarial designation letter.
For those tests to be recommended, we would need to know the benefits and harms of those tests, like prove that there's a benefit to your health from the tests.
Identifying what your body is storing is pretty important, especially if it's storing the toxins and re-releasing them.
And you need to also know that it's correlated with your exposures. Sometimes in general, just I've seen in other communities that people will try to sell testing that is not actually correlated to the exposures that the communities are having. I don't know that that's what happened here at all because we didn't review that.
You're close to time, Jamie. Close to time.
Thank you, especially for children that lived on island or were born on island and then maybe only had one other residential exposure area or none. Would those tests be valid?
If you knew the before and after, you could maybe draw a line within that one person, but I don't know. I said, we did not review this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's now move to the final agenda item, and we will clump the public comments for item 5 of the agenda. Oh, excuse me.
Is there an opportunity for FTAC members to maybe ask, testify, follow-up questions on what you shared?
Seto?
We're running out of time. Our meeting was supposed to end at 1 o'clock.
Okay, it's just a really quick question.
And that's addressed to whom?
Wayne Tanaka.
Regarding the subject of the item?
Yeah, what he raised in his testimony.
Maybe we can take it at the end.
Oh, okay.
And in 5. I think, sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay, you're on the clock.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Committee. I'm Commander Brandon Ghosh. I'm the Director of Facilities and Environmental for Navy Region Hawaii. I assumed that role a couple months ago, but before that, for the last about 2.5 years, I've been working in Navy Region Hawaii managing facilities programs. So under the greater FTAC construct, we also examine the effects of other field constructed tanks under Navy jurisdiction. And so I'll provide an update for you here. If you were present for the October update, a lot of the information will not have changed. We'll go through it anyway, for those that were not present at the previous meeting. So we'll be discussing that field constructed underground storage tanks at the Hickam Fuel Annexes, the Kuhua Peninsula, and the Pacific Missile Range facility. We can go to the next slide, please. So we have 3 real categories of sites. The first category, sites that are permanently out of use and have been for some time. One that is temporarily out of use, still to be formally decommissioned, and then one site that is currently in use. Go to the next slide. And so starting with the facilities that are permanently out of use, 2 of them, Kipapa and Waikakalaua. Kipapa was closed and the response action memorandum and decision document signed in 2012. As you can see on the slide, it does have select remedies. And at this point, as we go through long-term monitoring, the general trend has been stable and or decreasing contaminant levels. But the long-term monitoring will continue for the foreseeable future under that decision document. For Waikakalaua, tanks permanently out of use as well, but the record of decision in 2009 was a no further action decision. So that means there isn't any additional long-term monitoring or other activities happening at this site. Next slide, please. Kuhua Peninsula, we also refer to as the diesel purification plant. Sometimes you'll see it as the diesel purification facility. This is an underground facility on the main portion of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. And while it has not been used for many years, and we did go through what I would call a partial closure effort in 2021, we're still pending some actions to get to that formal closure. So in 2021, we did have a contract that went in. Goal was to cap off pipes, clean the facility, and that would lead to closure. Unexpected water infiltration made it impossible to finish the contract. So right now the Navy is working with our Specialty Engineering Center to work towards an engineering solution. Once we have an engineering solution for the closure that deals with the confined space, the groundwater infiltration, the fact that it sits in a site surrounded by other contaminants from other operations, the process for closure will go through a fairly standard Department of Health process. So the Navy will work with Department of Health to develop a work plan and submit formal closure application before the site is considered administratively closed. Next slide, please. For Pacific Missile Range facility, this site has a total of 9 tanks, 4 of which currently contain fuel. Due to operational need, 5 of them were taken out of service in the years between 2019 and 2023. Current projections, we will not need that capacity, and so those won't see fuel again. This is one of the sites that has the 2038 deadline to be converted to above ground storage. The Navy currently has a design contract underway that will design an above ground replacement for this facility. So over the long term, you'll eventually see a closure plan with the replacement by an above ground storage tank facility here. These do undergo monthly leak detection monitoring through automated tank gauging. Essentially, you shut all the valves and watch the fuel level to see if any has come out. So it's been passing that successfully. And so this process will continue up until they are replaced and formally closed. Pending any questions, those are the updates we do have.
Okay. This will be an opportunity for FTAC to ask questions of our presenter.
Yeah, just really quickly, with Red Hill, which is also a bulk underground fuel storage facility, similar to Kipapa and Hawaii Honolulu, they're finding PFAS contamination at Red Hill. Has PFAS been investigated at these other closed facilities? And if it hasn't, why can't my recommendation is to go back and test for PFAS contamination, which is already being found quite extensively at the Red Hill facility.
So the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam had a installation-wide preliminary investigation for PFAS. What we did find document-wise for these sites is that there was not an AFFF or the film forming foam fire suppression system at these sites. So the documents we do have suggest there was no use of AFFF, that water was used for the fire suppression. So the preliminary investigation did not point us to going further into that process.
Why can't you just go back and test again? You have monitor wells still in place. I think at some of these facilities, why not just go back and test because your historical information may not be a good, complete record. It may be sketchy over the last, these facilities went in, I think, a long time ago, maybe 8 years ago. Why not go back and test?
And that's something that the Navy can discuss with the regulators.
Yeah, so my recommendation is to go back and test to rule out the presence or absence of PFAS contamination at these sites.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. La.
When you talked about Kuala, you said there was unexpected infiltration of water, which is kind of holding up your closure plans. So my question is, are we going to have unexpected infiltration of water at Red Hill? And so we're never going to close Red Hill. And what are we going to do about monitoring that and making sure that doesn't happen?
So the diesel purification plant, where it sits relative to the water table, I should clarify, infiltration writ large, not unexpected. The amount of infiltration making the work non-completable was the unaffected amount. So where they sit in relation to the water table is different when comparing diesel purification plant versus Red Hill.
So the water table was unexpected infiltration. Unexpected infiltration was by the water table, not by like rainwater or seasonal or like we're just looking now. How deep is it?
So I don't have the exact number, the portions of it remain flooded. So some of the pipes, could not be accessed for cleaning because they were and remain underwater. So the engineering solution has to account for dewatering and other issues in the confined space. That's what makes it a bit more of a complex engineering problem than a lot of tanks where it's maybe just, a circular tank in the ground.
And there's no concern for rainwater infiltration.
So rainwater changes the level of water tables around it, but it's already below water table level. So.
Okay, my other question is on PMRF. You said 5 tanks were closed and 4 remain.
So not administratively closed. They're temporarily out of service. They've been drained so that there's an inch or less of residue left. But the whole batch of 9 will ultimately be administratively closed.
Because they have to be above ground by 2028.
2038.
2030, sorry, okay. And so I guess my question is, you said you're doing tank tightness testing. How big are these tanks? Because those are the similar way you were doing tank tightness testing for Red Hill, right?
Yes, these are each a little larger than 51,000 gallons apiece.
Okay, so much smaller than
Red Hill.
Right, and so because Red Hill, I can't remember the exact number was, but it's something like 6,000 gallons or something. If you could actually miss that on fuel with Red Hill and the detection methods that were being used and not notice. So I was worried that we were also missing that using the same kind of detection method at PMRF that was used at Red Hill, but you can reassure me we're not.
This is a standard leak detection method used, by a lot of facilities, and they are a lot smaller tanks.
Any other questions by FTAC members? None online. Okay. Now we can move to a general public comment period that can be related to the presentation that we just heard or anything else that has been on the agenda. Mr. Lau, you had a comment about Wayne Tanaka's NASEM questions.
Yeah, Wayne Tanaka in his testimony regarding NASEM did raise the question of is this FTAC compliant with the state's sunshine? And I'll just say that I have really serious concerns that the way the FTAC meetings are being conducted, the way agendas are being posted, materials for discussion are being posted, may not be in compliance with our state's sunshine law. I did reach out to the Office of Information Practices, and informally they told me that this FTAC should be subject to the state's sunshine law requirements. So my strong recommendation to the Department of Health is go back to the Attorney General's office, determine what needs to be done to ensure that FTAC is in compliance with our state law, state sunshine law.
Okay. Are there any signups?
Yeah.
You signed up?
Yeah.
Great.
Especially since in the Office of Information Practices expert.
Oh, thank you. Remember to state your name and your affiliation.
Susan Picola Davis, no member of anything, just me, myself, and I. So 92-3 is about open meetings. It's on page 4. And I'll read the pertinent amount because the FTAC is in compliance with the sunshine law, regardless of what Wayne says every time. He needs to read it. The boards shall afford all interested persons an opportunity to submit data, views, arguments in writing on any agenda item. The board shall also afford all interested persons an opportunity to present oral testimony on any agenda item, provided that the oral testimonies of interested persons shall not be limited to the beginning of board's agenda or meeting. Okay, so the public is now able to comment after each agenda item, which has been an improvement. We used to always have to wait to the end. And then we also, like me sitting here, I can offer public comments at the end of the meeting. Nobody's being held hostage to ask questions at the beginning of the meeting. And the agenda and those rules are also contained in here. I'm not going into depth about them because I did the looking, I did the research. So I'm not speaking from myself, I'm speaking from the actual Rules Act 169.
Thank you. Are there any online questions? Yes, there are three, and I will read them. First one is Mr. Tanaka. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. So to clarify, is this on the agenda item that was just presented or on the public comments period? Because we're entitled to the extent that you are limiting public testimony, you can't limit it. You can't say everyone has to testify on all things in 2 minutes, right? Each agenda item is entitled to its own 2-minute thing. So do I have 2 minutes for both?
If you have a comment on the last presentation, that's a 2-minute clock. If you have a general public, if you have a general public comment, that would be another probably 2-minute clock unless Chair Seto overrides me.
Yeah, that is how the law is supposed to be read. If you read beyond the statute and the actual interpreting opinions by OAP and the Attorney Generals and court case law. So okay, all right. So for the
you are on the clock now, and you have been.
Okay, we'll start the clock right now. I won't take 2 minutes. For the last agenda item, I want to emphasize that you cannot rely just on documented records for historical PFAS releases. The PFAS was not considered a thing that you had to document for a number of years. So that's why we've seen other branches of the military have to go so far as to pull people out of retirement to ask them if they remember, where does their foam, like firefighting foam release, right? So like testing is probably the best, most surefire way to at least check to see and screen if there have been historic releases. You can't just look at documents that don't even exist and say, because the documents don't exist, PFAS doesn't exist. So I just want to emphasize that point. I also have some concerns about the infiltration of water. That just indicates a hydrologic connectivity with the facility. So if there's water coming inside of the facility, there may be water that's in contact with contaminants carrying those contaminants outside of the facility. So I'm wondering if there is any effort to delimit potential contamination of the environment beyond just the facility boundaries and the fence lines and so forth. And that's all for that.
Thank you, sir. That's your time for that item. Now you can have another 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to raise a couple points. Like, I know your folks are worried about the timelines, the time limitations of this meeting. One way to get around that is to have more meetings more frequently than just twice a year. We have to wait 6 months just to be able to get in the room with everyone in one place that we can have the kind of comprehensive conversations and accountability that we need for this like generations long crisis that we're in. And it's just flabbergasting that you, on one hand, like rig the games so that we can't have more frequent meetings than twice a year, and in the second hand complain that we have so much to go through in these twice a year meetings that we don't have time and we can't take public testimony like beyond 2 minutes for these agenda items that have ramifications for all of us for generations in the future. And so talking about rebuilding trust, like this isn't how you do it. This isn't the community-centered, like trauma-informed, historically informed, contextual approach that you're going to need if you really want us to believe that you are doing what it takes and are considering all of the things that need to be taken into account in this multifaceted, very complex and life or death situation that we've been put in after being ignored for so many years leading up to the catastrophe. So just wanted to emphasize that point especially for folks, not, everyone that's been following us for a long time understands what I'm saying. This is for the new people, for people who aren't maybe as familiar with this situation as we've been forced to be with, unfortunately. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to just make the statement that the two-minute bites for you, Mr. Panaka, was a facilitator's prerogative. I have no idea if that is accurately what the Department of Health would advise. but I appreciate your comments, and I hope you get an opportunity to communicate further with the Department of Health on those matters. There is another person, Susan Gorman Chang. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, aloha. I want to take this time to thank the EPA for 4 specific statements in their final report assessment on Joint Base Pearl Harbor HIPAA public water systems. The Swarm Team Tech memo from the Navy stated, quote, a chemical in the regulatory test method, method 8015, was found to interact with the chlorine present in the drinking water samples, producing increased TPH readings in the sample results. Navy used this tech memo, in my opinion, to gaslight the public into believing TPH had not really been found in the water. Now, in the EPA's report that just came out March 31st, 2026, here are some quotes. Quote, EPA did not provide input or comment on this tech memo report prior to publication, page 49. Quote, EPA considered several of Navy's conclusions presented in the tech memo inadequately supported, page 56. Third statement, EPA tried to recreate the Swarm Team Tech memo hypothesis regarding the chemical reacting with chlorine in the samples and could not do so, end quote. Questions remain as to what extent chlorine could cause ghost peaks or increase calculated concentration of TPHD, page 61. Last quote. Overall, EPA has not reached a conclusion on the reason for the upward trends in the TPH detection frequency and TPH concentration observed during period 6 and 7 of the long-term monitoring that spurred the formation of the Navy's Swarm Team, page 94. So thank you, EPA, for these strong statements and for coming clean about your lack of support for the Swarm Team Tech memo conclusions. And my final statement is, how will all of us ever get our question answered about whether the Navy is using NSF 61 certified equipment for the GAC system, which is going to be used when they reopen Aiea Halava Shaft? How will we ever get an answer to that? Because everybody points back to the Navy and they're not answering. And I've frequently asked questions. I will ask at their open houses. Since they have cut off CRI, we no longer have that avenue because that was a back and forth dialogue. So this is just one question.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have one more online, Ms. McLennan. Catherine.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back just a moment and ask EPA, Hawaii Department of Health, any of the stakeholders involved, the public, the Red Hill affected family members, we'd love to know what lessons you've learned from 2021. And considering the NASM report is saying that you should collaborate with family members and that we implement policies that would better serve in the future, are you all in discussions with how you're going to implement communities, the Red Hill affected communities, stakeholders of Oahu? Have any of you had those discussions yet?
We will be.
Okay, and you're going to clearly provide affected family members how they can volunteer to be part of those discussions?
We will take that into consideration.
Okay, so are y'all committing, I guess I'm asking, are you committing that you are going to include affected family members in these lesson learned policies, implementation of procedures to better protect families in the future?
I will have to take consideration back to our leadership and get their input on the decision.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, I hand it over to Chair Seto to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for this meeting. We are adjourned at 1:12 p.m.
Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet.